How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Daddy Dave, and this is the 29th live stream here on Carpathian Countryside. I almost got confused. My other map, Dredge Creek, Alaska. No, we're here on Carpathian Countryside. How is everybody doing tonight? I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I know I sure am. We have a special live stream here tonight for many reasons. Many reasons. First and foremost, the reason number one being we've got a guest here tonight. We've got the man, the myth, the legend, the one and only rail fanning Jonah. Jonah, how are you doing out there tonight?
I'm doing fantastical.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. The reason that I say the man, the myth, the legend is because in the last stream, Jonah was kind enough to go ahead and donate 50 memberships to the channel. 50 memberships! Absolutely blew my mind. So much, in fact, that I went ahead and made a little investment into the channel thanks to Jonah. That leads me to surprise number two as to why this stream is going to be so incredibly special. I hope you all are ready for this. Because I made this investment, got myself a webcam. So, here tonight, you are going to see my face, the face reveal for the first time. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's do some chat reading here in just a second. Let's see. We got Jonah saying, can't wait for the stream tonight. You know what? It wouldn't be a BDD stream without Jonah commenting first.
Just would it?
I swear, Jonah, it's like you sit there and hover around your phone. And it's like, did BDD put out a stream notification? Did he put out a notification?
I just check it like at every break I get. I just check you on my first thing, just so I can be first on purpose.
I love it, bud. I absolutely love it. Let's see. Bradford, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says it's going to be a great day. I agree. I 100% agree. Pippa, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi. Will T Gaming, what up, everybody? And how is everyone doing? Fantastic, Will. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Pippa says hi to Will and hi as well. We got Will T saying Philippa. And then we got Jasper, the farmyard ghost, making an appearance. Jasper, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi to everyone. And Pippa says hi to Jasper. Jasper says hey to Pippa. And then we got Pipe and Paul. Paul, how you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Let's see. Jasper says Team BDD. Let's go. Let's go with the Team BDDs. Love it. Love it. Pippa says hi to Pipe and Paul. Farming with Outlaw AG. Farming, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi, everyone. Mark K says hello. Megs48189 says Mark. Megs, how are you doing tonight? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Pippa says hi to Jonah. And we got Farming saying, sorry, I haven't been around lately. Been busy in real life with work. You know what? I understand that. I completely understand. You know what? Life comes first. Internet comes second. So you do what you got to do. Come around when you can. Let's go. Elizabeth, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, go Dave. And I tell you what. You know what? I've been kind of slow rolling this. I've been building it up. Here we go. Let's do it. Y'all ready for this? Y'all ready to see what BDD looks like?
I'm ready.
Here we go. All right. Small children and weak constitutions, cover your eyes. I'm kidding. There we go. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Daddy Dave. How y'all doing tonight? Hope you all are having a fantastic night so far. I know I sure am. Let's do this. Now, I will say, I haven't yet figured out all the ins and outs of this camera yet. Again, big shout out to Jonah. Big, huge shout out. He is the reason that this right here is a thing. So Jonah, thank you so very much.
No problem.
So I haven't figured out all the ins and outs. Now, I will say that I don't know if I'm having some kind of system limitation issues or things like that. So I'm not going to be able to do a stream where I'm doing both the camera and gameplay at the same time. That's unfortunate. I don't know if it's a settings issue. I don't know if it's a computer issue, like a systems limitations issue. So I will be turning the camera on and off throughout the stream here tonight. So it's just kind of one of those. I hope that it's just a settings issue that I just haven't been able to figure out just yet. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. We'll hope, and hopefully before too long, we will get it to where my name will be kind of maybe, nope, that side, right over there. And maybe that little corner of the box right there, I'm kind of thinking, we might cover up the little help menu there, but I think that'll be okay. I hope.
Yeah, who needs to see the help menu anyway, right?
That's it. Who needs to see that help menu? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But let's go. So let's keep on reading here. I think we were at Will T Gaming with the face reveal. Here I am. This is Big Daddy Dave. I hope I am everything that y'all expected. Elizabeth says, I'm an idiot, just tried the video record the moment realizing it recorded already. Yes, the streams do back up. Will says, Jonah, can't wait to be in a group stream with you and BDD. Yes, let's do this. Mark says, let's go. Will says, had a bad day today. Will, I'm sorry to hear that, but hopefully we will go ahead and lighten your day up and make it a little bit better of an even. Even if it's just this much, we'll get you there. Hopefully we get it maybe about that much. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Let's see. What do we got? Let's see. Farming with Outlaw says, and the top of everything, realize a mod for FS22, just waiting to see if it passes testing or not. Ooh, very nice. Okay. Let's see. Will says, BDD and Jonah, what did you think about the fact sheets up to this point? So, there was a couple of things I was interested about last week with the sugar beet harvesters, but I'm not too crazy about what we saw this week. The Kloss Zerion, I thought that was really cool. I legit thought that was something nice. But everything else was kind of meh. I wasn't too impressed. What did you think, Jonah?
Like, to be honest, I don't even look at the stuff. I'm mainly waiting for the game. Like, I want to be surprised when I get the game. So, like, say, I've tried to avoid watching too much. I want to be surprised with the game.
I gotcha. You know what? I can respect that. That actually makes a lot of sense. You want to be able to, like, have the most impact to the game itself. I like that.
Because if you know what's coming, sometimes like, oh, I don't really like the way that looks, so it may not make me want to get the game. So who knows? Well, I'm going to get it, of course. I get it on pre-order.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's it. It's a little bit too late, and I guess unless you were to cancel beforehand. But you know what? We're to the point where we're only like less than 4 weeks away from it now, and I don't know about everybody else here, but I'm getting excited. I took off my birthday, which is in November, coming up here soon, which is just a few days before it releases. It's the Friday before it releases. Then, afterwards, I took off from that Tuesday going on until the following Tuesday from work. So I can actually sit there and like really hammer it and just be like as deep into it as I want to get to. Family excluded. I'm going to be spending time with the kids and with the wife and all that stuff. But on my free time, anytime I got free time, I'm excited. I am so pumped.
And it's also going to be fun, like, doing it without mods at first, because it's going to be news. Like, there's going to be no mods out either.
100%. 100%. And to a small degree, that's when it's the most challenging and frustrating, is you don't have those mods to kind of simplify and make life a little bit easier incrementally as you go along. So it's one of those where as you kind of build up and build up and build up, when you finally start getting those mods, you can really start suiting your taste as time goes on. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting because you're basically to like not only square one with the game, but you're at the point where you're having to then really invest in the whole learning the processes, learning how to kind of go about things with just the barest of equipment.
Yep.
Let's see.
No
So,
fast speeding or anything, just standard equipment.
that's it. That's it exactly. So Mark with the cat hard eyes. Love it, love it. Will says, my eyes are burning, lol. Look away. Just kidding. Love it. Love it, Will. That is hilarious. I don't blame you. I would not be surprised if right now there are just people's eyes just burning out of their skull just because of this. I'm obviously joking. Elizabeth says, "You were so awesome. I loved love that you saved the res for the map full experience." So it's one of those. We'll see how things go. I'm really hoping that it's just a settings issue. That if I sit there and kind of tweak with things in the background, that I can get the gameplay going and this face going at the same time. We'll see. I can't promise anything because it might be a system limitation. I might not have a powerful enough computer to deal with that. So I hope that I'll be able to do something at bare minimum. If I can't, then I can't, and we'll just kind of do it like what we're doing here. We'll switch in and out and go from there. Let's see. Mark says the Penguins are better. No. All right. Let's go ahead and do some farming. Let's go ahead and load into this here. We got the the property that we were working on in the last stream, where I was working on getting all this grass baled and doing everything that we could here. Now I want to go ahead and just get kind of tucked away into this corner here and make sure that we're getting everything we possibly can first. So Jonah, what are, up until this point, based on everything you've heard, you said that you haven't really been paying too deep of attention, but we kind of tasted some of the things that through previous streams and whatnot that you're most excited about. So has there been anything new that you've heard up until this point that you're like looking forward to getting?
Like, well, I think this mainly, like, say, I said this before, like, say, the dynamic weather, the really dynamic weather, I think that would put in really, really nice, because having a tornado come through and destroy your crops, that would be absolutely devastating, but that could happen in real life. So that would make the game even more realistic. And of course, you can disable it if you want to, but I think I would probably definitely be using that, because I like tornadoes, surprisingly.
I'm right there with you. I think that's going to be one of the coolest features. And I've gone at great detail as to why I think that. But to kind of give just a very quick recap, what I like most about that is the game itself right now, Farming Simulator, is so procedural. And as long as you do the procedure, there's nothing you're going to do that's going to get you away from a full harvest. You have to mess up at very high levels in order to miss out on a harvest or to have it wither on you or anything like that. I don't think I personally ever had a field that is withered to any degree whatsoever. So it's one of those that as long as you're following the procedure, you're good to go. But the problem is, because it's so procedural, because you can, kind of go in and out from one job to the next, you don't have anything that you can lose. You don't experience what it's like to be a real farmer. A real farmer has to deal with the elements. They have to deal with the rain, the sun, the wind, every little thing a real farmer has to deal with. And with seasons on, what we really get right now is just a glorified, presentation, if that makes sense. We get the snow in the winter, we get the sun in the summer, but we don't get anything that's really going to cause us any issues. At least with like FS19, we had the seasons there where you had to make sure that the field was at a certain percentage of dryness. You had to make sure that it wasn't raining. You had to make sure that it wasn't doing like all these various different things that could theoretically mess up your ability to harvest when you needed to harvest. And thus you could actually get a crop that withered. And I think back in FS19, I did have that happen. And the withering was even to the point to where it would wither in patches. So it was one of those where it was far more believable and far more far easier to have something of devastation, occur to you. It was more like real life, but it kind of rolled back in this version in FS22. So I'm excited to see that kind of ability is coming back to where you can actually have some kind of loss, and then you're going to have to figure out, well, I was planning on doing X, Y, and Z with the money I got from this harvest. Now what am I going to be able to do? I can't do the things that I was going to be able to do. I might not even be able to sustain myself up into the next season. I might have to take a loan just to get there, kind of thing. Or if you have like animals or something and they are requiring feed, and you don't have enough feed in the holds because you're expecting, a crop to come in, well, then you're, going to be pretty SOL at that point. So that's honestly what I'm so excited about with the new introduction of hail with tornadoes or twist. I don't remember what they call it. They call them twisters or tornadoes. I think they're twisters.
Either way, it's the same thing.
Well, it is the same thing. It just when I remember thinking it was odd. It's like, why are they sticking to like, okay, it's twister. It was one of those two words, but it was not something I expected. And they were like adamant. I guess even DJ Goham made a comment as to say, oh well, it's it's twister, and they specifically said to use this word. I don't know why, but. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. Not only is Jonah responsible for us now having a webcam here for the channel, and now I'm stuck. Let's try this all over. Oh boy. There we go. Not only is he responsible for us having a webcam, he's also responsible for not one, not two, but 3 new emojis for channel members. So go ahead and check those out because I think they turned out amazing. And again, once again, a huge shout out to Predator Studios. Thank you, Predator Studio, for producing those emojis. I think they turned out fantastic. We now have Raspberry from Jasper. We have Anger, and we have Innocence. So check those out. Let's see. So, Jonah, you're Team Jasper. So, with that being said, what do you think of the new emojis?
I love them. They look fantastic. They look absolutely fantastic. And as we know, Jasper is kind of turned friendly. I mean, hey, who says he can't poke a little fun every now and then? But for the most part, I think he's our good, friendly farmyard ghost now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, and I'm really happy to call Jasper a friend now. I think he's on the straight and narrow. He's on the path of reformation. So let's go. Let's make sure that we give him something to stride towards. Absolutely love it. Now, Klaus, on the other hand, not so much.
Nope. He's probably a work in progress, according to Jasper.
I mean, here's hoping. It'd be nice. I mean, who wouldn't like to have 2 friendly ghosts on your side? I mean, let's face it. You could get a lot accomplished with a friendly farmyard ghost. Just saying. I mean,
and I wouldn't mind a joke every now and then. I mean, like a good small prank can't hurt anyone every now and then. But for the most part, I think if they help out around the farm, that could be really good.
Oh, exactly. Jasper, pranks are pranks. I don't mind a prank every once in a while. Where it gets out of control is when, you try to get ran over by a train or, things like that. It just, those aren't pranks. Those are like, hey,
That's pain, right?
that's a lot of pain. Well, I mean, when a train hits you, it's probably, my guess would be a lot of pain followed by a lot of nothingness. That's
Yep.
just a guess, a hunch. I've never tried it before, and I never intend to.
Yep. And I've seen numerous close calls.
there's, oh yeah, there's many close calls. Oh my goodness. All right, so let's go ahead and finish off wrapping this. This had more bales than I thought it had. That's awesome.
That's bellerific.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? That kind of reminds me. So, Jonah, you have any good dad jokes for us lately? You haven't told us that many here lately.
Like, well, I've run out of all the good ones. Like say so. Like I ran the river dry on those.
You know what? I can't say as I blame you. I mean, you've been in quite a few of these streams here, both in the chat and live now, and pretty much for a while there, you were going strong with at minimum one or two, dad jokes a stream, and there's only so much that the human brain can hold in it before it just like, nope, no
Like,
more room.
I still know majority of them, but it's like I've started looking them up in my book. Like technically, like these are all the ones I'm looking up. I've already said all these. Like,
Oh man, yeah, and when you're having to start look them up, that's the point. It's like, okay, maybe this is going a little too far. Maybe we ought to just give it a second and see how things go from there.
yeah.
Let's see. Let's catch back up with the chat here. We'll go ahead and turn on the cam while we read here. So, we've got Pippa with all the custom emojis. Looks awesome, including the 3 new ones there at the very end. We got Will says, who excited for my map? I know BDD isn't excited. LOL. Will. Buddy. Pal. Friend. If excitement was something that could be displayed with, I don't know, a facial expression or something like that, yes, I'm excited. I'm excited for the map. Holy smokes, am I excited about it? Just the kind of, I just bumped my controller. If this face doesn't look just beaming with excitement, then I don't know what will prove the fact that not only am I excited, but I'm sure there's many other people are excited. The features that you're talking about trying to add to this map sounds like it's going to be absolutely nuts. The production points alone are going to be awesome. The fact that it's based off of real life, even better. There's so many different factors. There you go. Jonah's excited. I'm sure that there's a load of other people who have been on these streams before who's heard about the map that will back me up on this and saying, look, a map in upstate New York, yes. Not, hold on, because I have a camera now. 1 thumb up, 2 thumb, Whoa, what just... I don't know what's going on here. Why is that popping up on my screen? Did anybody else just see a thumbs up, just an animated thumbs up just come up on screen?
Maybe that happens when someone hits the like button.
Maybe? I'm confused now. Lost it. Just completely lost it. Maybe there's some kind of technology kind of built in, maybe like an AI or something that recognizes gestures. I mean, maybe. Oh, yeah, see, there's the thumbs up again. I don't know. Anyways, 2 thumbs up before it catches it again and starts throwing bubbles on my screen. Hey, hey, hey. Let's see. Will then says, I'm really excited for the Amity Crop Chaser 1000 high dump wagon. Now, that does look nice. That genuinely looks good. Let's see. Farming with Outlaws says, the one thing I'm really excited for is the International Cab Over Semi. Yes, an international semi truck will be chef's kiss. Cannot wait for that. We got Will says, let's see, hope BDD and I can stream FS25 together. Yes, especially when it's first starting out. We're not going to have a lot of mods and stuff like that. 100% plan on doing that. Absolutely. So just like what we're doing here today, my plan is to have at least two separate series for myself. One series being the map that I'm playing on as a kind of let's play, kind of storyline, the whole kind of 9 yards, kind of like what I'm doing on Dredge Creek. The second one being something like this, where it's a live stream. We're on here, we're having fun, we're just kind of going about doing our thing and having a good old time. That's going to be map number 2, and then there'll be a third map that I'm going to be doing, hopefully with Will and others that will be something we can all collaborate on. I think it'll be fantastic. Let's see. We'll
I
also
do as well. That would be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially when it's first starting off, we're not going to have to worry about mod conflicts. We're not going to have to worry about anything like that. We're going to be able to just hop on and go. So, yes, 100%.
Multiplayer would be your best friend starting off. More people, the better.
Yep, exactly. So, especially with Will and how he plays 6,800 head of cow. I mean, holy smokes.
Good luck maintaining those with one person.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? Oh, what just popped up? Something popped up. Benji with the membership chat. He was part of the onslaught of memberships from Rail Fanning Jonah. Again, Jonah, thank you so very, very much.
No problem.
Let's see, where was I in the chat? So, so I was telling the story off air with Jonah right before we came on here, and I'm sitting there having the stream last week, and I was on there with Luke, and we were sitting there talking, and all of a sudden I hear the chiming go off in my ear, but it's just bring, 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 bring. And it's like, what is going on? I'm thinking that something's broken. So I'm looking down at my screen here, and I've got my laptop here, and I'm looking, and it's like, what's going on? What's going on? And then all of a sudden I see like, oh, like I'm sitting there just absolutely dumbfounded as I'm sitting here just. Ken! How's it going, bud? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. That is awesome that you're still kicking. Love to hear it, bud. Love to hear it. Let's see. Where was I? Yes, Will, you're doing the same exact thing I did. I took a week off of work. He took off time to play FS25. Love it. Farming with Outlaws says, my grandpa that passed away in 2009 when I was younger, he used to own an international cab over semi. Oh, man. So that'll be like a cool little, like a tip of the hat kind of thing. That's cool. That's really cool. Jody, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hi, I'm going to turn the feature off to make it easier for me. Awesome. Oh, for the, you're talking about the, like weather, bad weather and stuff. Yeah, no, and that's the great thing about farming simulators. You do what you want to do. You want to play without bad weather, play without bad weather, and you have an absolute blast with it. A ball with it. Looking forward to that. Pippa says hi to Jody. We got Will says, Bree took my sweater that I bought. You didn't, what just happened? Oh, we got a new subscriber, and unfortunately, I couldn't read the name in time. Very cool. Thank you so much to whoever subscribed. Hopefully, I will see that here in just a little bit. That is something that I'm going to have. You know what? Can I figure out how to do that? I don't, maybe. Oh, hey, there we go. That helps. Ha! Anyways, let's go ahead and keep on going. Oh, hey, button. So, Jonah, what maps are you playing on here recently?
Like, well, more recently, I'm actually back on Elm Creek because I downloaded Farming Simulator on the Xbox from Game Pass, so I'm taking a new leave and trying it on a new system. So I'm trying it on the Xbox instead of the PC.
Oh, very nice. So, which map are you playing on the Xbox?
The Elm Creek,
Oh, I'm
just the
sorry. Sorry, I
standard
meant.
map, just doing it since it's new on the console, and then probably try some other stuff on the console, but don't want to overload it quite yet.
Oh, come on. Where's the fun in that? That's half the fun is getting up to 99% of your disk space being used.
Well, that's the other thing. I get other games. I'm at like 94% with the other games.
Oh, yeah, that would kind of put a crimp in the old plans there.
Yeah.
So I think we got all the bales wrapped. Let's see.
Well, that's a wrap for that.
That is a wrap. I love it. See, you said you didn't have any dad jokes.
I can find some occasionally.
I love it. I love it. All right, so I think we got everything. Just gonna do one quick trip around just to make sure nothing is hiding on me. Let's turn on some lights because it's getting a little dark here. Let's see. So Jonah, what are what are some of the things you're going to be doing on Elm Creek? Are you just trying to do arables? Or are you actually like trying to build it up and make like an actual series of it?
Like similar actually. Like say this is like what I'm doing is that like I don't film, but I'm acting kind of like I'm doing like say I think I'm doing my own kind of lawn care service. Cutting the grass and building up from there.
Oh, that's cool.
Just start with a standing mower. Of course, it's kind of hard because there's not like you can just go out and just cut people's yard for a contract or anything, but it's one of those you can have an imagination, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's half the excitement about this game is kind of creating your own little storylines or creating your own little world that you're doing everything in. So no, that's awesome. Being able to kind of have an imagination with this game on top of the game itself is it's something special. Let's
Yep.
see. So I think if I remember correctly, here, he. Oh, there's a thing. I'm pretty sure that was their power box right there.
So that's when I just lost power.
Oh man. So speaking of losing power, my wife and I we worked until about 5 o'clock, and then after we'd gotten out of work, we decided to go and take our daughter to the park. We let her run around, do her thing, and we were there for a little over an hour. And as we are getting ready to pack up and leave, she's like, let's go check out the over by the coast, because we're about a week removed from Hurricane Milton, and thankfully, we were relatively unaffected from the hurricane. We didn't even lose power here at my place. That's how relatively unaffected. Besides a tree being down and crushing the fence, like 3 panels of our fence, I wouldn't even know that something had happened. That's how relatively unaffected I was. But over by the coast, it was an absolute disaster. And she's like, well, let's go drive around, check it out, and see what's going on, see if they've cleaned up, see if, like, so we're about a week removed. And we had gone out there, and wow, just the amount of debris, trash, just the whole 9 yards. I felt terrible. I absolutely felt awful just driving around and seeing this and thinking, like, I mean, there was tons and tons of drywall just kind of littered all throughout the sides of the road. Like furniture and all this. Like there was just bits and pieces of everything everywhere, and it was just devastatingly, like, I was like, wow, I wish there was something I could do to help. I wish there was something that I mean, we're talking about and then we were driving by and we saw one house, and we noticed the water line, and the water line was like halfway up the house siding, and it just absolutely like blew my mind. It's like, whoa, that's how high the water was. So yeah, no wonder why we're seeing loads of furniture, loads of drywall, loads of all this stuff just sitting on the side of the road leading out. And then we're like, well, what if we go to like our local beach area? Well, let's go see what's over there. And over there's like a few restaurants and whatnot. So we're like, oh, well, let's see if they're open and all this stuff. And one of them in particular is kind of it's a more fancy-ish dining area, and that one was open. But the other one that's kind of a like bar restaurant kind of thing, that one hasn't yet opened, and that one makes me genuinely sad because it's like a little tiki bar kind of thing. It's like, oh man, I really wish I really hope that place opens. There was a nice little ice cream shop that very much got affected. They're still closed down. So yeah, it's just I couldn't imagine. Being in that situation, having all of the having to deal with all that stuff, and then you're seeing just all these homes with for sale signs in that general area too.
And then, like, say with us, Helene hit Western North Carolina like real bad for us.
Oh, and I missed part of that. Let me see if I can bring that back up. Let's see. Will said as a member, do you want to know what your gift is from me? Thanks for being my best friend. We definitely need to meet at 100%, bud. 100%. Do I want to
be a surprise?
You know what? I'm gonna say let's keep it a surprise. I love surprises. So again, greatly appreciate you thinking of me, thinking of my birthday coming up. Look forward to seeing what you got for me, bud. Really looking forward to that. Let me scroll back up and make sure I don't lose my spot, because we got. Okay, I left off right there. Perfect. So there was the chat going on in my ear when you were saying the last thing about Western North Carolina. So can you repeat what you were saying?
I was saying, say Helene hit Western North Carolina real bad. There's parts of that are not even recognizable anymore. Like all the flooding from Hurricane Helene, it just decimated Western North Carolina. It just like rained and it just sat on top of it.
Well, and I would make the argument that Helene had a far more devastating effect than what's happening here, because the reason I'll say that is because the landscape here is relatively flat, and there's very few structures that are going to hold on to water for a long period of time. Unless you get like a little like gully or something like that, the water's going to recede relatively quickly in this area. But in Western North Carolina, especially out in the mountains and all that stuff,
water's got to go somewhere, and it goes down.
Well, not only does it go down, but there's nowhere else for it to go. So once it reaches a capacity, it's there, and it's there for however long it needs to be in order to dry up. It's not just gonna go away like it does here, because, like I said, it's relatively flat in this area. So because it's relatively flat, it just, oh, that's not where I meant to turn. Because it's relatively flat, it's one of those where, I am making a real bungle out of this. Come on, turn. Oh, I knocked over somebody's trash. You know what? That's something that kind of, and I clobbered that sign. Anyways.
That's who knocked over my garbage can. It was a
Um,
crazy tractor driver.
it's that crazy guy with the green tractor. What's that? What's his problem? Why is he half against trash cans? You know, I've heard of kids running over trash cans and whatnot, but you think after, age, 20, you'd stop doing that? Anyways, because of the flat landscape around here, the water recedes really fast. So it's not like it's going to stick around and like carry things away for the most part. For the most part, what you have to really worry about around here is the wind and what it's whipping around. Or the tornadoes that can spawn. That's where most of the damage came from, besides the water levels here, was the tornadoes that spawned from the hurricane. So that was more out towards the middle part of the state where the tornadoes were spawning, out towards, what was it, like I think like Winter Park or something like that, and the ones out there in western North Carolina, like, you're right. I mean, it's completely unrecognizable. It's basically flat because all that water just came surging through and just basically picked up and took away everything in its path. And it was basically following the channel of least resistance. That's what water does, is anywhere that it has little to no resistance, that's where it's going.
Mm. I mean, and just as an example, like say there's several like train bridges that are out there that have stood for like years, like when they were built for high water from the mountains, but they couldn't handle all of that water, and it's just gone. Like, but it's more than just railroad effect. I mean, like everyone's affected up there. There's cell service gone. Pipes are washed up. I mean, it's insanely bad, but it's one of those, like, say, well, it's devastating. Like, say, sometimes I'm at a loss for words, and I was making fun of it, but I didn't realize just how bad it was, because, like, they weren't making it out as bad, but it just kept raining, and it just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, and that's it. It is when Helene passed by, because Helene hit us too. It was Helene, and then what, like a week and a half after was Milton, and when Helene passed, Helene to us was nothing. It was absolutely I'm talking in my area. I know where it made landfall. It was probably a lot different there in the Panhandle, but here, not a big deal. It rained, a bit of wind. That's it. But for them up in North Carolina, like it was like, didn't even feel like the same storm. That's how radically different the levels of devastation were between the two areas. And it was the same storm system. It did the same, the same stuff. And by the time it got to western North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, it weakened significantly. It was significantly weakened. It was all that rain had to go somewhere, and it found the path of least resistance.
And I say, y'all caught a break with Milton, because it could have been a lot worse. Not that a Category 3 is anything to sneeze about, but it could have been worse from what the models I saw.
Oh, yeah, no, so when it first came on our radar, they were like, oh, it's going to be like a 2 or a 3 when it got up to my area. So it's like, that might be something worth, taking note of. And eventually I'm like, I'm talking to my wife, and it's like, look, they just, put this thing here. It's coming right at us. Like, we were right, almost dead center of the cone when everything first happened. So it's like, we ought to just take off. We got 2 small kids. Let's head out east. We'll stay in the cone. Being out east in the cone, not a big deal. We'll go into a hotel there, and it'll just rain, a bit of wind. We probably won't even, we'll probably sleep through it, is what will end up happening. And then we saw the models, after we booked a hotel, and then we saw the models update. And they're like, oh, well, this might be a 4 by the time he gets here. And I'm like, uh-oh. We might not be coming home to home, if this goes any stronger. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, hey, it's a 5. It's a 5 out in the Gulf. I'm like, uh-oh. And it's not moving. It's not moving at all. The track was right, it's like that guy from South Park. It's coming right for us. That's what it was basically like here. Is, that storm was bearing right down on us, and it being a 5 out in the Gulf, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I was panicked. I was really, really worried that, we weren't coming home to home. And then we saw the later models and like, oh, it's supposed to downgrade as it gets closer to the shore. It's like, okay, well, that's still not good because we don't know how much it's going to downgrade. By the time it gets here, it could be a 4 or possibly even a strong 3. Now, a category 3 is about the absolute maximum I'm comfortable with the area that I'm in. That's about where I'm like, okay, I'm at my limit. I'm not going to stick around to find out. If it's a 1 or 2, I'm not worried about it. I'm not even going to leave the house kind of thing. Just going to hang out and be like, okay, hurricane party, let's go. But 3 is like, I'm starting to worry. And that it's one of those, I'm glad that we booked early. I'm glad that when we saw it was in, that we were in the cone and we were right dead center of it. It's like, yeah, let's just call it. Let's just call it early. We'll get out to Orlando and we'll just hang out for a few days. And like I said, we didn't lose power here, but we lost power in the hotel.
Oh, ain't that ironic?
Oh yeah, that's it. That's it exactly. Is we went out there thinking, oh yeah, I mean, it's Orlando. It's a huge city. What's the likelihood of us losing power all the way out there? And yeah, about 2 a.m. hit, and all of a sudden, boom, everything turns off. And I mean, I'm practically, asleep at this time, but it was just something about it just kind of woke me up. And I think it was because the power was like in and out kind of thing. And I'm like, okay, not a huge deal, because we tend to keep our rooms cool at night, like really cold, like about 70 at night. And thankfully we did that, and because the storm was coming, it didn't like heat up the room or anything like that. So we were fine. It was, by the time we woke up, power came back on. It wasn't a big deal. So thankfully it was, not a huge deal for us. But yeah, we came home and we saw, the kind of initial devastation when we first got back. But seeing everything here today really put things into perspective. It really, like I said, it made me grateful. Grateful for, it not, and that sounds terrible. I know that sounds terrible, because there's genuinely people that are genuinely suffering right now, and they have my deepest condolences and sympathy. And like I said, I wish there was something I could do to help. Hey, no problem there, Ken. No problem whatsoever. It is my pleasure. Let's not to get into too many details or anything, but Ken is still in the hospital, and things are looking good. Things are looking up. We're wanting you to get better. We want you to get home soon, and we want you to get home and beat us playing Farming Simulator. So hoping that's going to still happen.
I'm jealous that he gets ahead of us.
And Pippa is being so amazingly awesome that she is going to make sure that he has it pre-downloaded to his system, so when he gets back and when he's feeling good, good enough that he's going to be able to rock and roll from moment one that he can. So you know what? Not only big shout out to Ken, but huge shout out to Pippa. And you know what? Big shout out to all the ladies in men's lives who are there just being awesome. It's just a big shout out to all relationships, just in general. Just the men and women who are together, who are there for one another, who are trying to build a life and build something special amongst themselves. When Pippa told me that she was going to do that, and not only was she going to do that, but she was, planning on doing something special for him, after he got home, kind of thing. It's just, it's awesome, and you know, that's something that is special, and I absolutely love hearing those kind of stories, hearing that, that somebody cares enough about somebody else, like my wife. She cares enough about me to do those special little things that she knows that I'm going to be grateful and thankful for. And that's what Pippa's doing. She's going to download the game for him when he gets home, when he's feeling better, and is able to rock and roll with it. So that's awesome. That's absolutely amazing. So good on you. Let's get this last load back. So what did this hold? Does this hold 30 bales? No, this holds more.
30 bales.
Does this hold 30?
I thought earlier.
All right, so 30 plus 28, that's 58 total bales off of this field. It's not too bad.
For a field that technically wasn't a field prior to you mowing it.
Oh, yeah, and that's actually a really good point, too. Because you're right, this was just, field grass. This wasn't, like, something that I built up, that I put fertilizer or lime or anything like that. It was just a field. So, yeah, that's not bad. Imagine how much I'm going to get off of that when I do plow it out, when I do lime it, when I do fertilize it, when I get it up to par. We might go from, what, like 58 bales to maybe 100 bales, 120 bales.
Yeah. Because, like, grass is one of those, like, say, it's a good, safe bet because you can turn it to silage. So it's one of those, it's always good to have a grass field laying around because it's a safe bet because grass can pretty much, it's impossible to destroy grass even with crop destruction on.
Yeah, and you know what? That's another great point. Because you're right. It's one of those, it's a very easy crop to start out with. It's perfect for beginners because you can start out with very small equipment, with very weak tractors and implements, and you don't have to put a lot of TLC in it, and it regrows season after season, multiple times in a season. So it really works out nicely for those who are just looking for something to kind of cut their teeth on. And yeah, it's actually a pretty lucrative crop too. You turn it into silage, you're really like able to kind of utilize it for a lot of stuff beyond that.
And like silage is like one of the better things. I mean, yes, it takes like sometimes 3 months, but that's worth the wait instead of just selling it as grass. I mean, it's worth the wait.
Ooh. I went to take a drink and oops. I think I just ran over somebody and a sign. Ay. Don't let me on the roads.
Hey, were you okay? Do we need to put a breathalyzer on you?
Not that kind of drink. So funny story. I'm not a drinker. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't know. And the smoking thing actually is very surprising because both of my parents smoked when I was growing up. They quit later in life, but yeah, for pretty much all of my childhood years up until I was in my 20s, both my parents smoked. Never touched them. It was just something that I never got into, never really had any interest in. And then drinking, I mean, just like any kid, I mean, I drank when I was growing up, kind of thing, but it wasn't like to any great degree. It was like parties, and that was about it. But yeah, it's something that never really kind of took a hold, and I'm very grateful for that because I've got actually several family members that really can't fight that demon, and yeah, just one of those where it's bad. It's really bad for them, and I'm not saying that's like that for everyone. I know plenty of people, like I got a good buddy of mine back up in Michigan. He was one of those, he'd come home, have a beer, and be done kind of thing. Maybe 2 beers and just he enjoyed the taste of it. He enjoyed it like after work kind of thing. It was no big deal, but just was never my thing. Never, nothing that I was ever big into.
I'm not big into it either. I don't smoke, and I think like at a like say just recently I had like maybe my first taste of alcohol that was only like 5%. So I was like, I started baby, and I don't plan to drink anything soon. So it was just like I don't tend to ever really get blasted.
Well, and that's the thing is it's one of those where it's fine for people to do it in moderation. It's fine to have have a wind down kind of thing. There's nothing wrong with alcohol like whatsoever. It's just not something that I ever really had gotten into. Like I said, when I was younger, partying, going to things like that, I was just like every other kid. I was stupid. I drank way too much, and I think that's probably why I don't have any now, is because of that. Ooh, that's something that just dawned on me. Let's see. Wait, what? So it does need to be plowed, but I need to mulch it too. But I don't have... Oh, wait. I think I have that. Yes, I do have that plow. Okay, cool. Sorry, it just dawned on me I needed to mulch and plow this, but I've got the plow by Ridiculous Dominic here, and it's got the mulcher kind of built in.
That's convenient.
Oh, this plow, if you never seen it before, it's this one here. It's the Lizard SP10M, and you can have a choice of 2 separate plows. Let's see, I think it's under plows. Yes. So you got the SP10M, it's 10.5 meters wide, and then you got the SP10M Unreal, and you can take this at 24 miles an hour. This, I mean, it's amazing. This particular plow does a great job, and you can use it. Unlike the what is it? The other one that's was my favorite before this one came out was this one here, the Lizard 6MT 9MT. The great thing about the one I have on, as opposed to the 6MT 9MT, is that you can use it in this kind of compacted state. So I could drop this down and it will actually cut into the ground at what, like 3 meters wide. But if I want the widest version, the 10.5 or whatever the meterage is, I expand it out and then it plows at 10.5 meters. And I like that. If you got a small farm where you've got like an intricate field that's kind of tucked in with nooks and crannies and all that stuff, you can use this in that field and be able to basically have a very functional plow, where most other plows are very much stationary, standard. You've got one dimension of cutting and that's it. And then you throw in the fact that this thing not only can plow, but you can set the settings to mulch. I mean, that's huge. So we're going to take this back to the field. I'm going to turn my camera back on, and then I'm going to read where I left off, because I see there's a load of messages, and I want to get caught up. So Jonah,
you gotta catch up with that chat.
that's it. I got to catch up, but we all know that the moment I catch up with the chat, then somebody out there is going to be a wise guy, and they're going to go ahead and make sure that I'm not there. I'm not going to name any names. Jonah. Oh, sorry, I had a cough there.
I've only done it once.
And Will. that cough. Bradford. Oh man, that cough is going. That chest cold. I mean, those late summer colds. Ugh, they're terrible. Terrible.
I know.
Oh my goodness. So yeah, let's get back to the field there. We'll start cutting into it with the plow. I'm actually shocked. We're in extremely late December here. There's no snow, there's no rain. Like there's nothing on the forecast here. So, I don't know. So Jonah, What are I think we were starting to say what are some of the things that you're looking to do with the farm that you're building there on Elm Creek? Um,
Like for me, like I said, starting off like say just acting like starting like a mowing business, kind of do a little bit of role play and stuff like that. Like it since 25 is around the corner, I don't want to get too in depth in anything, but having a little fun role playing the best I can. I mean, and I know there's other maps, but it's kind of hard to find the map that would be like ideal. Like say, ideal map would be like, oh, I start off at my house and mow my neighbor's yard, but is there's not quite that much detail where you can just individually say, I want to mow your grass and get paid. But just mowing like say the grass in a specific field and doing that is close enough for me.
so, have you seen the maps that came out this week?
Like a few of them.
So, earlier this week, there was a couple of maps that were wow. One of them in particular. Oh my goodness! The wise guys.
Come
I,
on, guys.
I,
He's not even there yet.
I know, right? You don't have to be that far ahead of me. Come on. But there was a couple maps that released this week.
Not a comment you can put every minute.
And one of them in particular was wow, absolute, just slam dunk of a map. It was called Gatehead Farm 22 Crossplay. Are you familiar with that one?
I think I've seen it on the maps. Like I said, I can't quite download it on the Xbox, but I can probably download it on the PC version.
So when you get a chance, check it out. At bare minimum, check out the map tour that I did. I think I did it like 2 days ago. That map, that's something special. And what's wild is I've never heard of this map maker before. I've never heard of them. Let me bring up their MJ Modding, converted by Marv is what it says for the author. And if I click on them, it only brings up that map. So I've no idea if they made other maps. I'm not familiar enough with them or anything like that. But Jonah, when I tell you that they absolutely nailed that map, like there's no words that I can use off the top of my head right now that would say anything better than what I said already in the tour. It is, so it's a Scottish map. It's got some farm, I think it's like 8 farms that you can, buy or utilize throughout the entire map. Each one of them, for the most part, are small, with the exception of your starting farm is relatively spread open and laid out very nicely. But wow, the terrain amazing. The kind of angles and undulations that are on that farm are just next level good. And then there's the what else? There's the details. What do I say on this channel all the time? You want to have a good map, details. And yeah, that map has them. So I just so happened to stop at the very end of my walkthrough before I was ready to record. And I just so happened to stop, and I just noticed something like just out of the corner of my eye. And it was fish swimming in the lake, in the pond that was right there next to. I'm like, oh, that's cool. And then
That's cool.
yeah, and then there was ducks swimming in that same pond. And then as I'm in third person view and I'm hovering around just looking at the kind of ducks swimming around this little island in the middle of this pond and whatnot. And then all of a sudden I see something on the shore, and it's a sand castle. Like a legit sand castle. I'm like, okay, that's something that doesn't have to be in the game, but I'm so incredibly thrilled that it is. Again, it's just those small details that really make a map something special. And yeah, that map is really good. Really, really good. If you haven't checked it out, Everybody, if you haven't checked out that map, if you haven't seen that tour, go check it out, because that one, wow, 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 wow. Like I said, I'm not familiar with MJ modding or any other work that they've done. When I click on their name, nothing else comes up besides that map. They may have done other things, and because it's it says converted by Marv next to it, it might be that kind of string that's constraining it. But yeah, wow, 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 absolutely spectacular map. And from what I understand, there's a couple of small updates that are going to need to be done. I guess there's some broken trees throughout the map and stuff like that, but nothing that's going to be like a devastation to deal with. But yeah, check that one out. I know we only got a couple weeks before 25, and I don't know about you, but I'm not the kind of person that's going to like reel back into previous iterations of the game. Once I get on 25, I'm sticking on 25.
And I'm probably the same way. It's like, I'm glad I started off with 22 because it got me into the farming, like say stuff like say, and it's got me more interested in like thinking like, why have I just now like I feel so late to the party on this game.
Oh, and what's funny is I feel the same exact way, and I've been on since 19. But then you realize, I mean, there's been versions of Farming Simulator for what, over almost 20 years now. Like, it's been around for a very long time, since like since like 2005, 2008, somewhere in that ballpark, I think. I mean, this game's been around for a really long time.
Like, and there's like YouTubers like say that I watched that I can't like say never find again, just because like say it was like at that point where like say I'm like, okay, I liked the game, but I'll mainly just watch people play it just because I didn't like really have the like money to afford the game or a good PC to run it on. But it's like they have all of this stuff. I'm like, I can never find the mods they have, but it's probably because I was watching 19 or something, and the mods never transferred over. Some of them.
Yeah, and that's the great thing too about this game, is that we get all this content for nothing. And from what I understand, I think mods became a thing. Was it like, I think it was 17 was when they were really kind of introduced. I could be wrong about that. Don't quote me, but having the mods and stuff like that just takes the game to the next level. And I know people are always like, I heard it briefly before 25 was really starting to get its announcements and all that stuff. I know I heard it for 22, and I'm sure it would have been out there for 19 as well. But it's one of those, like, people like absolutely are like, is the mod hub coming back? Are we gonna have the mod hub? We really need to know. And it's like, all right, calm down. They brought this out. I don't see them taking away their biggest feature on all the game. Especially at this point.
It's not that they don't do a good job with their stuff. It's just like giving people the option to put whatever they want just makes the game even better. It helps the game be more enjoyable.
Exactly. And I'm really glad that Giants decided to kind of loosen the reins when it came to how modders were able to do their builds and stuff. Back in FS19, getting these kind of mods that were this ridiculous, quote unquote, ridiculous. Dominic made this plow, hence the reason why I'm saying it that way. But to get mods like this was nearly impossible. To have trailers with 5 million liter storage capacity and stuff like that. I mean, I remember TNT modding, I think it was Eureka Farms that came out on FS19, basically did what it is that we have access to now, with all these various types of trailers and like with the high capacities, the different styles of fast farming, all this stuff. They basically built all this stuff into the map, and when Giants found out about it, they terminated the map. They took it away from the mod hub, and it was because of all this extra built-in stuff that he had in there that wasn't like realistic game stuff. And now I might be kind of hacking up the details to a small degree, but that's what I remember, is that basically, because he put in all these different types of mods that were not realistic, Giants was like, nope, cut that, we're not gonna have you do this. And then he had to roll all this stuff back. And I vividly remember there being messages and forums and stuff like that saying, if you really cherish these kind of mods where it's the kind of really insane kind of fast farming stuff, don't update it. Don't update your save file, just leave it where it's at. And I know a ton of people that didn't update it. So I'm glad to see that Giants kind of like, okay, loosen it up, let's kind of go from there. Let's see. Now that we've made a kind of a pass around, I'm gonna head back over here.
The AI worker, that's an actual idiot, hopefully.
I don't think the AI worker is going to work in this field. I mean, yeah, we'll check it out. We'll see if the AI worker goes. I don't know why I've been having that screen on this whole time. Let's see, right over here. Oh, hey, the worker is going to do it. Nice.
Perfect.
Cool. So, while that's running around doing its thing, let's bring up... Nope. Let's bring up this beautiful mug. And let's catch up with the chat. Let's see. So, I left off with Will T Gaming saying, Bree took my sweater that I bought from you and didn't want to give it back, LOL. Well, you know what? It sounds like... it sounds like you're never getting that sweater back.
Or will.
You know what? That's funny, though, is I can't tell you the number of times where my wife, I've gone out and got myself a sweater, or I get myself like a shirt or something like that, and then all of a sudden my wife gets a hold of it and she's like, oh, well, this is my new night shirt, or this is mine now. Oh, you bought this sweater for you? Ha, foolish man. You know you bought this for me. And it's like, well, no, if I bought it for you, I would have bought it something that you would have not just worn in the house. You'd been something you would have gone out in. So, I feel your pain, Will. I feel your pain. Let's see. Jody says, can't wait to do some of those productions. Oh, I know. They just put out the forum here recently for all the buildable productions, the buildable farmhouses. I think it was the wagons and stuff that you can build there on the American style map. Like, that's really cool. I mean, at the end of the day, that's going to be a load of fun. Being able to do the wagons, the pianos are back on Zelonka. What else was I reading there? Oh, and there was some kind of on the Asian map. It was something to do with rebuilding like a community or something like that. Like I don't know if it was like a temple or something. It was pretty cool. I mean, regardless, it was really kind of a cool little project. Let's see. Will says, what do you guys think about the buildable farmhouses and barns? It's like I know. It's like I can predict things and see the future. I'll leave it to you there, Jonah. What do you think? What do you think of the new buildable farmhouses and productions and barns?
I think that could be like really, really fun, like say, because right now, like say you just put down a house and it's like, oh, it's there. But I think being able to like to build it, that's gonna be just add so much more realism to the game. Like that's gonna be just bonkers. Like it's gonna be amazing.
Oh yeah, 100% agree. 100%. What I really hope that Giants is smart enough to allow the modders that kind of ability to do that kind of building, that kind of production work, allow them to actually make it to where the models that they can create are something that can be built up and then put into the production mode kind of thing. Kind of like the pianos, kind of like the I think they said it was a museum or something. I forget what it was exactly. I think it was like some model museum or maybe was it a train museum maybe? I can't remember. I cannot remember off the top of my head, but it was some kind of like thing that you could build up, and you bring all the kind of like the roller coaster was in Silver Run Forest. You bring all the materials that would slowly build up over time. I really hope that they will add that in as a feature for the modders, because I could see modders making some really cool stuff and making it to where, especially because the houses that you can build them and then use them both on the outside and the inside as well. So being able to do that is going to be a load of fun. Be able to build up your own house, that's going to offer so many storylines, so many different kinds of details and stuff like that. That's going to be really, really cool.
Being able to go inside, you can, like, say, do better role play with it and stuff instead of just like spawning outside your house. You can actually go inside, act like you're going to bed.
Exactly. You know, you can buy a plot of land, put down the building area, and then start delivering all the materials there. And it's like, yeah, you know, I'm building this up from scratch kind of thing, especially with things like the Platinum Edition. You know, if they give you kind of those like log houses that you could build up, that would be really cool, because again, that just offers some really cool kind of storyline potentials at that point. Let's see, we got Farming with Outlaw says, just curious how long you've been on YouTube with streaming and videos. So back in September was my 2-year anniversary for YouTube. And yeah, it's been a wild ride up until this point. An absolute amazing ride. I've told this story a few times, but where I started versus where I am today, I mean, it's night and day. Night and day. I've said when I first started, I was recording from my Xbox, and I was going from Twitch. I was recording to Twitch, or streaming to Twitch, taking the recording from them, and then downloading it to YouTube. And it worked. The only bad thing is it sounded like I was recording on potato. Literally. It was bad. It was really, the audio was terrible. It would cut in and out, because if the stream to Twitch was kind of iffy at that time, like bad internet or bad, you know, connectivity to their servers or whatever, then the audio would cut in and out and just be like, you know, it was bad. It was terrible. And one of the most comments I got when I was first starting is, your audio is terrible, your audio is terrible. And eventually I was able to upgrade and get the Elgato. Once I got the Elgato, I was then able to, you know, get, you know, at least start piping from my headphones. I was able to actually stop like recording to the stream and whatnot. I was able to actually pipe directly into my laptop and go from there. So the audio was better. It wasn't great, but it was better. And then slowly over time, kept building. Got a new laptop, got a new microphone, got you know, all just slowly built things up over time. And yeah, 2 years later now, you know, through the kind generosity of people like Jonah and everybody else out there tonight, you know, we built something special here. I'm proud of what we've gotten to up until this point, and again, grateful and thankful for everybody who's, you know, participated, who's helped, who's donated, who's done all this stuff to make this channel what it is today. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the next 2 years brings, what the next 5 years brings, so on and so forth. Because, I mean, we are where we are in just 2 years. 2 years. I mean, yeah, 2 years is a long time, but, I mean, I could be, in a completely different place. Completely different place. Not having the over 2,000 subscribers that I have now. We're almost up to 2,200 subscribers at this point. We're really, really close. And I don't feel that that's like a bad place to be after 2 years. I mean, I could be wrong. I could be like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I'm happy where we're at. I'm happy where we're at. I'm happy with how the channel's growing. And yeah, long story short, it's been a great 2 years. So thank all of you for making it an awesome 2 years. Bradford says Twister. It's most likely the European term. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a load of sense. That literally, as soon as I read that, that's like, duh.
But that does make sense because, like, we here tend to most likely call them tornadoes, but I think they tend to call them twisters.
Exactly. Yeah, and like I say, it just as soon as I read that, it's like, that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. Why didn't I think of that? This is a European-based gaming company, based out of, what is it, Germany? Yeah, of course they would, default to a European, terminology. That just, duh. I don't know why it didn't dawn on me.
And I think a lot more people, they're more familiar with the word twisted than they are tornado. Like, say, when they hear tornado, what's that? Like, most people are used to, besides us, are used to, like, twister.
Yep. Let's see. Jody says Team BDD. Let's go with Team BDD. We got Jody also says, oh Lord, we can see him now. We can see him now. Yes, we can. How's it going? Hope y'all are enjoying it. I hope you're enjoying what you see. Let's see. We got Nacho Cast. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says Red Wings, ? You from Michigan? I am from Michigan. I am 100% born and raised in Michigan, now living in the great state of Florida. Been here for almost 20 years now. Actually, I'm almost to the point where I've almost been in Florida longer than I lived in Michigan. Wow. That just kind of blows the mind. Pippa says yes. Bradford says we saw a thumbs up. Okay, so it wasn't just me going insane. It did bring up a there it is. There must be some kind of like AI or something to do with the camera that recognizes certain gestures. I'm gonna have to look into this because I don't want to accidentally do some kind of weird gesture and all of a sudden it just, like, I don't know, sends up the middle finger or something like that. Oh, that would be bad. That would be bad. I don't want that. Let's see. Ken says, what up, people? Ken, how you doing? I know we've graded you already, but let's go. Pippa says, hi, Ken. Jody says, hi to Philippa. We got Benji. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says ML. I'm not... Maybe it's been so long since I've read the comments that I'm just not understanding what you're saying there. Nacho Cast says, hi to Charles. We've got Jody says, hi, CS. Benji says, good evening, everyone, with the membership for 1 month. Again, thank you to Jonah for that. We've got Jody says, can't wait to play Where's Everybody? Yes. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Right there with you. I cannot wait. Looking forward to it. Benji says, hey, Nacho. We got Benji also saying, thanks, Jonah, with the custom emojis there for Jasper. Ken says, with the $5 super chat, still kicking here. Glad to hear it. Ooh, we've got, Good morning from Taiwan. I think that's... I tell you what, I'm just going to apologize right here and right now because I'm going to butcher your name. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just a silly American who doesn't know how to pronounce doesn't know how to pronounce these names. All right, here we go. Again, sorry. Nur Tigu Rahahu. No. Yes. Sorry. Says, good morning from Taiwan. Well, good morning. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Let's see. Jody says, happy spooky season. Yes. So, funny story before we go on. My wife has been playing songs for our kids here lately, and one in particular that I don't know where this song came from. My daughter's been wanting to listen to Ghostbusters. She loves this song. Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters, Ghostbusters. And it's a song from the old movie, from the movie from, I think it's, what, the 80s? Love that movie, by the way. Love that movie. But she's been wanting to listen to that. Well, one day, the Ghostbusters song, ended, and a new one popped up. And here lately, it's called Spooky Scary Skeletons by Rob something? I can't... Anyways, all of a sudden she's now spooky scary, and it's just the most adorable thing. And she's just sitting there, like, she's starting to get to the point where she's actually like singing along. She's gonna be 3 in February, and she's getting to the point where she's actually like singing along, she's mimicking, and she's actually like going along with this stuff. It is so ridiculously cute. Let's see, Ken with all the custom emojis. Thank you so much, Ken. We've got Benji says, finally get to see your face cam. Yes, again, thank you to Jonah for the camera. And well, for the 50 memberships, you know what, Jonah, I think you played me. Jasper with the $2 super chat. I think you played me, Jonah. I think you played me. So, for those who don't know the full story, Jonah here gifted us 50 memberships. Well, again, thank you.
Couple strings before that, I said you should get a webcam if you get 50 gifted memberships.
Yes. So, Jonah, he's like, oh, well, a few streams before, oh, you should get this, you should get a webcam, do a face reveal. And it's like, that's not a bad idea. And he's like, oh yeah, 50 gifted 50 memberships, do all that. It's like, okay. And I'm sitting here thinking, oh, well, to get 50 memberships, it's going to take me months, years even, to have, 50 concurrent members and all that stuff. And then all of a sudden he drops this bombshell on me and the channel. And it's like, you're good, you're good. But no, that was a pretty good pretty good play. I'll give you that one.
Yep.
Let's see. Ken says, great to put a face to the name BDD. Yes, absolutely. Jody says, how are you doing today? I'm doing fantastic, Jody. Thank you for asking. How about yourself? Jody also says, playing on that new map. See, that's the one I was just talking about. What was it called? Gatehead Farm. Yeah, awesome map. Let's see. Will then says, BDD, do you want to know what your gift is? So, like I said, bud, I love surprises. I absolutely love surprises. So, if you want to tell me, feel free to. It's completely up to you. But I say, let's leave it a surprise. See, Joshua, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, what map are you on? This is Carpathian Countryside. It is one of my favorite maps. This is such a good map. Such a good one. Benji says hi to Will. Will says hi to Benji. We've got Jody says, I'm doing a storyline on the map tonight. Pelinier storyline tonight. Ooh, very nice. Pelinier is another nice map. Holy smokes, we just skipped way ahead. We got, nope. There we go. We got Will with the 7-month membership. Chat says, do you want to know what your gift is from me? Thanks for being my best friend. We definitely need to meet up. 100%. 100%. So, one thing that I plan on doing in the future, if the channel continues to grow, things continue to move on, is I'd love to be able to set up things like meet and greets. Be able to go around where people are and actually like stop in and say hi, like stop in, like go out and rent a hall or something like that, and have people come out and say hi. Meet people face to face. We've spent, like I said, 2 years building up this channel, getting to where we are, and that's one of the things I would love to do as I sit here and bump into my microphone. That's something I would love to do, is be able to just kind of hang out and say hi to people, get to put the faces to the names, be able to meet Jonah one day, be able to meet Will, be able to meet Jody, be able to meet, I mean, the names are endless. The names are endless, and would love to do it. Would love to do it. But like I said, if things keep going the way they are, I mean, we'll get there one day. We'll absolutely get there one day. I believe it in my heart of hearts that we're doing something special here. And I think we're going to get rewarded for it. Let's see. Benji says, Helene left us without power for 11 days, lost all the frozen food, and almost the power lines down were devastating. Oh, man. Where are you at, Benji? I thought for some reason Georgia is coming to mind. I could be wrong about that, but remind me where you're at there, Benjamin, because I can't remember off the top of my head. Will says, there are 2 more hurricanes coming through Florida. Yeah, I'm hoping, because we had a really big break in the weather here recently where things got really cold for a few days. I'm hoping that between the 2 hurricanes that passed on by and whatnot, that it's lowered the temperatures of the water right off of the coast there, to where it's not going to be as devastating as Milton, as Helene, and all that stuff in this immediate area. We'll see. I'm fingers crossed. I hope. Not just for me and my family, but for everybody. It's like, all right, Mother Nature, you need to calm down. You need to relax. Take a vacay. Let's see. Will says BDD can't drive. Not in this game. I can't drive. Nope. Let's see. Will also says Tampa, Florida got wiped out. Yeah, it got hit hard.
Yeah. Did you see the Tampa Bay Rays stadium? They lost their roof.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah. It kind of works out for them, for the team at least, because the team has been fighting for years to get a new stadium out in Tampa. They've been trying to break their lease. They've been trying to get out of, so they've gone to such a extent as where they started playing some games up in Montreal, in Canada. And they were doing that to try basically to force the city of St. Petersburg, because they have a lease until I think it's 2035 or something like that. It's way out there. And they basically is like, we want to build a new stadium. Can we break our lease? The city's saying, no, you can't. And it's because that's basically all that's in St. Pete now is Tropicana Field. And without Tropicana Field, there's no other big venues to really draw in a lot of people. I mean, they've got the piers, they got the boardwalks, they got things, but nothing like a baseball team. And if the baseball team goes across the bay to Tampa, well, then that's a huge loss for them, a huge loss, and a huge loss for all the local businesses that are in the area. So St. Petersburg is really fighting hard, just saying, not only are you not breaking the lease, not only you're not doing these kind of roundabout nonsense of playing games in Montreal, but if you keep this up, then we're going to sue you. we're gonna sue you, and I think they're litigating lawsuits as we speak because the Rays are trying to be able to break their contracts. The city of St. Pete's like, no, you have a contract, deal with it. And
Yep. And I can understand because like the Rays, like I think they're a good team, but they just don't get the attendance like other teams do, just because like it just seems like they that stadium seems always almost empty. You know, every game I watch there.
well, for the longest time, the Rays were going the route of the Detroit Lions, to where didn't matter how well the Lions drafted, didn't matter how well they were doing or anything like that. They just they couldn't get anywhere. They didn't put anything into the team, and it was only here recently when the Lions are actually halfway decent. Oh. So Will said that he forgot to send screenshots here. Again, Will, thank you for the $5 super chat. Greatly appreciate it. Let's hold off tonight. Because it'll take me a bit to be able to kind of cycle back and forth. Let's see. Let's go ahead and close down. Let's close that off because you can see. Ooh, I just hit my drink. So as you can see, the worker here has kind of left a whole bunch of patches all throughout the field here. Let's turn on that. So,
That's
Jonah,
why I'm go like the GPS so they don't miss that stuff.
oh, I know. That's one of the features I'm so looking forward to. So, Jonah,
like, for me, it's hard for me to figure out. You know, like say I've tried it, but it's so hard to figure out. If they can make it easy for make it for dummies, then I say I could adopt it very easily.
oh yeah, and I think that the GPS is going to be, one of those just kind of standard features that will eventually going to be like, where has this been all of our lives? Why has it taken it this long to get into, the base game kind of thing? Because I know PC players have had a version of GPS for the longest time. So it's one of those, I'm severely looking forward to GPS, being able to just set it and forget it kind of thing. That's going to be an amazing feature in my opinion. But, I've got a cousin who I've introduced to this game, and to this day he still plays it, every once in a while, and he does enjoy it. But he says one of the things that he absolutely detests and just drives him... Wait, what? Why?
Oh, by the way, we get a train coming.
Uh-oh. Why did I lift it too early? I did too. What was this? Oh, so that's the one thing that he absolutely detests, and him being very, very new to Farming Simulator, he only just started in 22. He's like, that's one of those features, how bad the AI workers are, that makes it to where I don't want to play, and I don't want to invest loads and loads of time because I've only got so much time throughout the day, and yeah, I like to play the game, I like to do things on it and stuff like that, but I don't want to be spending an entire evening doing one job. I want to be able to kind of set up a worker and know that it's going to get done, and that's when I told him, because he doesn't pay attention to the news for Farming Simulator, all the new stuff that's coming up for 25. I was like, oh, well, did you hear about GPS? And he's like, no, what's that? Like, oh man, it's supposed to make it to where your AI worker is going to recognize the entire field. Doesn't matter what field it is, doesn't matter the shape or the terrain, anything like that. They're going to do 2 headlands around, at a minimum, be able to do 2 headlands around, and then they're going to start sweeping back and forth. So all this stuff of them missing huge chunks of the field and all that stuff should be a thing of the past. And he's like, dude, we need this. And I'm like, I know we need this. This is something we've needed for a long time. So I'm excited. Let's see. So Jonah, oh, okay. Sorry, I just for some reason didn't think it was going to turn off the lights. It's just, is it me? It just looks really, really dark right now. I mean, we are in December though, and it's what, 4:30. Yeah. So Jonah, what are? Oh goodness, what was I going to ask? I had it. Where'd it go? Come on, brain, work, function.
Brain fart.
Oh, I tell you what, I don't know if it's I'm getting older or something like that, but I'm getting these things where it just happens where I'm just sitting there talking, and all of a sudden I was like, oh yeah, I need to think about this. I need to redirect my brain to think about something else, and then I get back to the original thing I was talking about, and then even after making that mental note of, oh hey, I need to remember to do this thing, it's just gone. It's just completely gone, and that's where we're at right now. Is what I was going to ask you is completely gone. Oh, and come on, worker, killing me here. All right.
About the GPS or something.
Yeah, I think so. So we'll see. We'll see if it comes back. But I actually just got a message from the missus. I need to put the stream on hold for a little bit. And yeah, I will put the stream on hold, go help her real quick, and then I will be right back. So Jonah, hang in there for just a moment, and I will be right back, everyone.
10-4.
And I am back. How's it going, everybody? I just had to put the youngin' down for the rest of the night, help the missus with that. So let's go ahead and... Oh, you know what? Jonah, you still there?
Yep, that was faster than usual.
Yes, so what we've started to do now is, on a more regular basis, we actually take our youngest daughter, because at this time of night, she's normally sleeping on my wife, as my wife's sitting there watching TV in the living room. And as... what is that? Sorry, it sounds like one of... It sounds like there's some dogs outside making a racket. I don't know what's going on. Just give me just 1 second. Oh, and see, now my dog hears it. Oh, we didn't bump into the controller. Huh, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Don't know why there's dogs for. Anyways, so what we've been doing here lately is we've been like more consistently just putting her down in the crib at night, and she's getting to the point where she's actually like recognizing, okay, this means bed. You know, so after we get her swaddled, after we do all that stuff, you know, we just put her down and she's done. And the moment we put her down, like, she starts to actually just pass right out. But before, when I was putting her down, she would sit there and fight. She'd want to struggle and get out of the swaddle and all that stuff. So now she's just getting to the point where she understands, okay, it's bedtime. It's time to go to sleep. And, you know, she's doing really good with it, and very, very much impressed with how well she's taking to it. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry. Hey, Jack, it's all right, bud. It's all right. I know you heard the dogs outside, and now you want to go say hi. Sorry. Of course, it's the smaller of the two dogs. He hears something outside, or if he, you know, catches wind of anything, then he just sits there and wants to, you know, that kind of muffled bark in the background, just, you know, just kind of, oh, I'm not happy. I heard something. I don't know what, but I heard it. Yeah. He. I tell you what, though, we took them both of our dogs, obviously, when we went and left for the hurricane. And they did amazing. They did absolutely an amazing job. It's not like we take them places all the time, kind of thing. They're house dogs, they're yard dogs. Like they're at home almost exclusively. So though most we'll take them is when we go out to maybe Starbucks, my wife will take them and get a pup cup or things like that. So they're used to going in the car. But they're not used to spending, you know, days upon days in a hotel and just kind of hanging out. You know, I assumed that with two young children running around the room, one being a 2.5, almost 3 years old, and the other one being almost 5 months, I presumed they were going to be an absolute nightmare, because neither one of them are going to recognize where they're at. They're not going to understand that, you know, everything's okay, they're safe, and all that stuff. All they're going to recognize is that we're in unfamiliar territory. There's two small children, you know, in there. One of them's running around like, you know, super, super crazy. And then they're just going to be like, okay, well, you know what, we're going to have a complete and royal conniption. That's what my assumptions were. They did amazing. They did an amazing job. They were better than I'd ever seen them, ever. And wildly met and exceeded all expectations. Because both my wife and I were thinking us going to Orlando was going to be an absolute nightmare. We were just assuming that when we ran from the hurricane, that it was going to be just an absolute, you know, just a disaster the whole way around, you know, because we assumed that, you know, we're going to hit a bunch of traffic. We didn't when we were heading out there. We assumed that we were going to, you know, have troubles with the dogs. We didn't. We assumed that there was going to be, you know, the kids were going to be restless because they weren't able to get out and about and run around. They were going to, you know, be sick and tired of being in the hotel, which, yeah, our oldest daughter, she kind of, got fed up with it by the end of it, because I mean we were trapped in the hotel for pretty much a day and a half. Just there's not a whole lot you can do at that point. So we were sitting there just playing with her, and we brought a whole bunch of toys and stuff like that. And by the end of it, she was like, "Okay, I'm done. Let's go outside." And by the end of it, we were able to take her outside. We tried to find a park that was beyond futile at that point, because most of the places around there, the parks and stuff, they were all flooded. They were shut down and whatnot. And the one place that we found that was supposed to be like a play area for kids was a private gated community, even though that they had it on the maps, like on the map app, to say, oh yeah, this is supposed to be a kids park kind of thing. Well, it's a park for a specific community in that area. So it's like, I don't feel like trying to wait and get through the fence and all that stuff, or deal with people that long story short is we didn't go to the park that day, but we did let her. We went to a couple stores and walked around and let her push the carts and all that stuff, get some energy out. But yeah, it wasn't enough for her, obviously. But it is what it is.
I remember when we took the train, my sisters just couldn't they couldn't stay still, and being in a confined space on the train, they're like, it's 2 a.m, and we're luck has it we have to be in the quiet car, and they just can't be quiet.
Oh man. Yeah, and that's the really. Oh. Oh man, Will. Dude, I am so sorry to hear that. Oh, my deepest condolences, bud. Will just send a super chat for $10. Will, thank you so much for sending that in. Says, Bree just found out she was pregnant but had a chemical misbalance and not anymore. We were both disappointed and sad. I am heading to bed. Have a good night, everyone. Will, dude, I am sorry. I'm really, really sorry. That's really rough.
Well, I'm sorry too. That's terrible.
Yeah. But hopefully, it's hard to think like this. But I can tell you from experience that there's obviously something going on that just wasn't right. There wasn't the optimal setting wasn't there, and it sucks. It's terrible. Wish it didn't happen, obviously, but it's one of those where it. How do I want to say this? It could be, had it progressed and all that stuff, it could have been so much worse. So the fact that it was early and all that stuff, it's terrible, it's awful, it's so sad, and I'm deeply, deeply sorry for what you had to go through. Yeah, it just, I'll just leave it there. I'll just leave it there, bud. Like I said, really sorry for your loss. But let's see. Let's get back to the farm real quick, and then we'll continue reading chats here, because I am way behind. I can see that just oof. And actually, we'll give all of our shout outs when we get back to the farm. We'll do all that first. Thanks to Jonah, I've got about 4 pages worth of shout outs to give.
This is gonna be fun.
You know what? There are certainly worse problems to have. So, although I say it kind of tongue in cheek, I'm as always, grateful and thankful.
Was it a surprise or is it gonna be torture?
You know what? It might be torture for everybody just to kind of sit back and listen to all the names for a few, but it was a shock. Like, I was explaining to Jonah before we hopped on the stream here today that I was absolutely dumbfounded when all of a sudden I'm getting all these chimes in my ear, and it's like bing, 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 bing. Just all these different noises are going off in my ear. And like I said, I was on the stream with Luke, Bernie King, the most recent member to the channel, tier 3 member, and it was one of those, like, he obviously had no idea. One of those where, oh, Will with the $5 super chat said, I told her that I don't have to give up my stream room anymore. LOL. She laughed and agreed. We are going to try again down the road. You know what? That's good. And not losing the stream room. You know, because I'll tell you from personal experience, if I had to make the choice of giving up everything that I have here for the channel and all that, if I had to make that choice to be able to have, you know, room for the kids and whatnot, I would give it up in a heartbeat, an absolute heartbeat. And I'm sure that's not any kind of, you know, revelatory news or anything like that. And I'm sure that you would be, you know, in the same boat kind of thing. It's like one of those that it wouldn't surprise me for you to be in that boat. But it's one of those where I'm glad to hear that it's gonna, you know, you're gonna keep trying, that it's not kind of a, because I've heard this before, and not saying this is from you, but I've heard this from people saying how, oh, well, you know, we were so excited, but, you know, can't go through this again. This is just something that I can't deal with, so therefore I'm just gonna not try anymore, kind of thing. And it's like, I've heard that kind of thing. And oh, Tuck Vortex just became a member. Tuck, thank you so very much. Oh, with a gifted membership from Jonah. Jonah, are you at it again? Did you set some new goal that I'm not aware of?
It's just one. It's just one. Not 50.
It's not 50. Oh my goodness, I couldn't imagine making another 4 or 5 slides of names on top of the 4 or 5 that I've already made.
Okay, now everyone just donate 50.
Oh my goodness. If that were to happen, I would have to figure out some other way of doing the name reading. Oh my goodness.
Be like, I'm sorry guys, no longer tier 2s don't get shoutouts at the moment. We have too many now.
Again, good problems to have. That's I can't complain about that kind of a problem. But no, like I said, it's one of those that I'm glad to hear that you all aren't going to give up, that you're going to keep you know, trying, because children are amazing. Children are a special thing. And I know in today's modern kind of culture, people look at, you know, having kids as almost like a taboo. Like, why would you do that? Why would you tether yourself to this, you know, to this little human? Like, they make them not as what they are, as this special thing that is in your life, this creation of something that you have personally, like, created. How do I want to say this? In today's society, it's downplayed. Parenthood and children is downplayed to such a degree that, I mean, really to such a degree that in most modern Western countries, the birth rate is below replacement levels. In America, the birth rate is below replacement levels. And that is a terrible, terribly bad thing That is a awful thing. That means that we are not eventually going to not have enough people to replace the aging population. We're not going to have this kind of financial institutions that we're going to have in order to support those people that are aging out. You know, the boomer population's getting older, so now, you know, when they come to, or now that they're in retirement and collecting things like Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid, and all that stuff, there's not enough of a tax base now to be able to, you know, support those infrastructures, which means that, you know, our supplies are going to dwindle down in those programs. It's awful. It's a very bad, but you can almost make a one-to-one delineation between the culture and how things have played out to this point of the kind of downplaying and the kind of systematic lowering of the importance of families. And it's terrible, you know. So like I said, glad to hear that you're trying, glad to hear that this isn't like a one and done kind of thing, you know. Good luck with it, good luck in the future. I'm again sorry you had to go through this, but you know, I'm glad that it's not going to deter. Let's see. Ken says, I think that Jonah is did you see that in the chat there, Jonah?
I missed it. What did he say?
That Ken thinks that you're a closet millionaire.
No, I don't make a ton of money, but I can, like, say that was, you know, some investments have paid off and stuff, so I have a little extra money on hand.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Let's see. All right, so let's catch up with the chat. And while I'm doing that too, I'm going to set the worker off so that they are at least doing something. I'm not going to make a headland or anything like that. I'll kind of clean up the headland as I need to. But yeah, I'm so far behind on the chat. I'm so far behind.
Which is a good thing. I mean, you get to the point where you may not be able to read every single chat.
You know, and what's funny is that's something I've said exactly, is that's a good problem to have. That means that we have a community that's interested in being here, that's interested in hanging out, and is, you know, wanting to be engaged. So yeah, it's a good problem to have. And you're right, I might get to a point where I'm not going to be able to read every single chat kind of thing. Now, I do try. I certainly want to be able to read everything. I don't want people to feel like I'm missing out on them, or that I don't value what it is that they're saying in chat. Again, grateful and thankful to everybody coming out, hanging out, stopping by, whatever. But yeah, definitely want to make sure that I'm at least doing my due diligence. Let's see. Let me find where I was first, and then we'll switch back to the cam. I think I was up there with Will T Gaming talking about Tampa getting wiped out. So let's fire this back up. Hello. We've got Jody saying, pray for all them people affected by the hurricane. 100%. Definitely send your thoughts and prayers to everybody, whether it's in Tennessee, Georgia, Carolina, Florida, and everybody and anybody that has been affected by these hurricanes. Yeah, they need your help, they need your thoughts, they need your prayers. Let's see. Jody says Tropicana Stadium got damaged pretty good. Yeah, 100%. And this might actually give the Rays the leverage that they want. To be honest with you, they might use this to try and roll this into a new stadium. I don't know.
They've already said they can't play in the 2025 season. Like, it's not going to be fixed in time.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, it's going to be impossible to play in that stadium this whole season. That's a huge project. Those panels that blew out like that are not just something that can just snap back in kind of thing. It's like once one panel failed, it basically allowed all that wind to channel into the stadium and then just kind of poof, like burst out from the seams kind of thing. It was just, yeah, absolutely nuts. I wish that there was something that was captured on camera or something to be able to like just see just everything that kind of happened to that point. I mean, thankfully,
There's gotta be security camera somewhere.
you would imagine, but it would be one of those where I highly doubt that they would release that kind of footage and be like, oh yeah, look at all the devastation that happened to our stadium. I mean, again, it'd be nice to see something like that because one, because I know that nobody got hurt, and two, it's going to be something that's going to be fixable, especially by a multi-billion-dollar sports league team like the Tampa Bay Rays. Let's see. Ken with the 7-month member chat said, I would like to say thank you to BDD for all the messages of support and from the community. Oh, like I said, bud, 100% just want to see you get better and just go from there. Let's see. Will says, Bree found out. Oh, so Will tried sending a regular message there before about the pregnancy. So again, bud, I'm genuinely, like, from my heart of heart, I am genuinely sorry that you had to go through that. Both you and Bree. That's I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Like, legitimately, like I said, I've been there. I've been where you're at right now. Both of my kids were born because of IVF. So we are, both my wife and I are deeply, deeply familiar with the kind of ins and outs of, having those issues with children and whatnot. And we had an ectopic pregnancy at one point. So we thought, before we had our two kids now, we thought that everything was going to be okay. Turned out it wasn't. And unfortunately, when you have an ectopic pregnancy, it's doesn't end well. It doesn't end well. It can't end well. So one of those, just like I said, it sucks. It's hurts. It's gonna hurt for a long time for both of you. Be there for each other, comfort each other, do the things that each other needs in order to just make it through this. Take one day at a time, and eventually you'll get to a point to where it'll never stop hurting. I to this day, because we named our baby. We named her, and we don't know if it was a boy or a girl, but for obvious reasons. But we named them. We gave them, a kind of gender neutral name because we didn't know, what they were going to be. So to this day, I mean, we still think of them as our kid. We don't have them with us. So I say I have two kids. Really, I have three, and just one of them just isn't with us. And it's terrible. It's awful. It's sad. Long story short, time will get you there. Time will heal this wound. And yeah, that's might sound cliche. Like I said, I can tell you from experience, that's what's it's gonna take. Let's see. Ken says, dude, you're going to make me cry. LOL. Well, definitely no need to cry, bud. Definitely no need to cry. We just want you to get better. We want you to come home and to be safe. That's what we all want. Everybody here in this community, in the chat, just wants you home, wants you safe. And like I said, we may be jealous, like Jonah and I may be jealous that you get to play FS25 before us, or that you get access to it before us, but I would much rather have that than you being in the hospital or anything like that. Like, just plain and simple is just want you back. Want you back where you're comfortable, where you're safe, and all that. So we're gonna keep our fingers crossed. We're gonna keep on sending you good vibes, thoughts, prayers, all that stuff. Because that's what we want. And I'm sure that's what you want. I'm sure you're sick and tired of being where you're at. I'm sure you want to go home. Just got to be there. That's the unfortunate part. Let's see. Will said, who, me, or BDD? Let's see. Ken said, both of you, LOL. Let's see. Will said, Bree quit smoking, vaping, and drinking because of me. I helped her quit. That's amazing. That's awesome, bud. Congratulations. And congratulations to you, but congratulations to her, too. All those things are incredibly hard. Incredibly hard. But to give up all three of those, smoking, vaping, and drinking, I mean, that's a lot to do. So congratulations to Bree. Congratulations to you for getting to that point. Like I said, hang in there. It's tough now. It will get easier with time. It will never stop hurting. Never, ever, ever. Don't let anybody tell you that it will. But it'll get easier. So let's see. Will then said, why would you cry for me? LOL. Ken says, that's just me, Will. LOL. And then Will says, LOL to Ken. And this is where we got the wise guys. We got Benji with, oh, you mean something like this. 1, 2, 3 for Ken. Wise guys, eh?
That wise guy, eh?
Oh my goodness. And I tell you what, this worker has made this field look atrocious. That's all right. We'll get there. We'll get him there.
We're paying him money? Yeah.
I mean, I've said this before, and Jonah, I'd be very interested in your kind of thoughts and opinions on this, but with knowing how the workers kind of operate and all that stuff, I've always kind of taken the mentality that as long as they get about 80% of the job done, then I'm happy. I'm happy with them getting at least that much done. What do you think?
I'll be happy too, if they can get majority of it done now. It's hard, like say, if you have a pole in your field, like they don't know how to maneuver around a pole in the middle of the field. But besides that, if you have a good just square field, they're perfect on it, But you start adding, nooks and crannies and everything, it makes it hard for them to figure out what they're doing.
Yep, exactly. So, yeah, that's why I always say, 80% is good enough, and I would argue that that's probably what they got done here. Is they probably got about an 80% with all these kind of missed little nooks and crannies, and I don't like it. I'm not thrilled that they only got 80%, but I'm at least I'm at least satisfied with them getting that much done, because that means that there's only 20% that I have to go around and do myself.
But I'm only giving them a 2-star rating.
That's it exactly. Let's see. Then we got Ken with the 1, 2, 3. We got Will with the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and who? Ken said, LOL. We got Will says, do we? Benji with the creeping eyes there, kind of peering eyes. Let's see. We got Will says, appreciate. Ken says, is it me? Ken says, LOL. We got Will then says, is it me? Benji says, it's Jasper, with a whole bunch of emojis. Ken said, LOL. Will then says, FS25. Woo! GTA Gamer, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, hello. Farmer Groot, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, let's see, WHATDOY. What do you mean? Okay. Ken with Farmer Groot. GTA says, and goodbye. Oh, well, that was a quick in and out kind of thing. Let's see. We've got Benji says hey to Groot. We got Groot says hey to Benji. Like I said, I'm sorry, y'all. I am so far behind in chats and whatnot. I'm doing a terrible, terrible job tonight. But I want to catch up with it really badly. I want to get us back up to that point. Let's see. Jody says Stamps 2008 when it starts. Benji says Giants started in 2003. Wow, so they are over 20 years old. That's amazing for a game manufacturer being around since 2003. That's incredible. That just, yeah, that's awesome. That's amazing. Let's see. Oh, Jasper, the Farmyard Ghost, says, I love this season too. 100%. I can see why. Jody says, playing on the map, moving grass, the new map. Oh, yeah. The one I was talking about earlier. Yeah, that's such a great map. Such a great map. Again, for those who haven't seen it, Gatehead Farm. Check it out. Wonderful map. Let's see. I'm just cleaning up this last bit of the field here. That's why I keep looking away. There we go. Let's get the worker kind of set back up and I can pay more attention to the chat. Let's see. Jonah, just dawned on me. I don't think I gave you an opportunity to give yourself a shout out. Give yourself a shout out real quick.
Well, like say, I guess if you like trains, go to my channel because it's pretty much all trains. I've been uploading daily a lot lately, so if you like trains, go check out my channel.
And that's Rail Fanning Jonah here on YouTube. Go ahead and check him out. Yeah, I apologize about that, Jonah. It just literally...
No problem. It's been a busy night.
Oh, man. It's been a busy night. But I love it. Absolutely love it. Now we've got... Ken says, Ray Parker Jr.'s Ghostbusters. Yes, she's been loving that here lately. And as a proud papa, I'm pretty proud of that one. And let's see if I can... Ta-da! Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Ghostbusters! Jonah, I'm sure that unless you got the stream up on something else, that you're just kind of bewildered as to what's going on.
Spooky skeleton, some shivers up your spine.
Yes, that's the other song. That's like I've never heard of that song before. Like 3 weeks ago. Like, I had no idea about it. I was completely in the dark. And then all of a sudden, my daughter hears it one time, and now it's literally spooky, scary, spooky, scary, spooky, scary. Every, 20 minutes. Spooky, scary, spooky, scary. And now that's all we listen to now. Let's see. Where was I? Jody says, good day. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Benji says, CSRA... Okay, so somewhere in Georgia, CSRA. I don't know where that is. I lived in Georgia for 2 years. Why don't I know that? CSRA, Georgia. I thought it was Georgia. I was right about that. Will says, I forgot to send screenshots. Can I send them to show in here tonight? Let's see. Bradford says, 10-4 Jonah. That was 2 weeks ago. LOL. And then Jonah with an LOL. And then we've got Jonah with the 7-month super chat. Wow, that's awesome. Lost the game. What game did you lose there, Jonah?
Well, the point of the game is not to think about the game. So if you think about the game, you just lost the game.
I am so confused right now. What did I miss?
So just imagine this, there's the best way to describe it is you don't know you're playing, but once since I just told you, you technically just lost because you thought about it.
Okay.
It's just funny and I guess stupid. It's just one of those like yeah, there's no actual game. It's just the point is don't think about it.
Yeah, I like that though. I like it. It's like one of those that you have to know what it is before you start doing that to somebody. But once you know, it's something that you can do down the line. I like it.
I get like say when I say it, I get about one out of every 10 people I meet. Like someone knows it every now and then.
Oh, I love it. Bradford says, "There's a dad joke for you." Okay, okay. Jonah says, "The point of the game."
Pretty much
Oh,
what I just
okay.
said.
So that's what you were saying. The point of the game is not to think about the game. If you think about the game, you lose. Gotcha. Okay, okay. Let's see. And then Will with the $10 super chat there. Again, bud, I'm really, really sorry. Ken says, "Good night, Will. Sorry for your loss." Jody said, "Really sad to hear for you, Will." Yeah, 100%. Ken says to Will, "Good night, Will. Sorry for your loss." Will also said for the $5, I told her that I don't have to give up the stream room anymore. LOL. She laughed and agreed. We are going to try again down the road. That's awesome. Then Tuck Vortex, what up? What up, Tuck? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Jonah, the beast. Jonah, the man, the myth, the legend. Gifted 50 memberships in the last stream. Gave us another one here tonight and gave it to Tuck Vortex. Jonah, you're an absolute stud. Let's just call it what it is. Like 50 memberships the stream before, another membership here tonight. Wow, dude. Like thank you. Genuinely thank you.
Like so like that's YouTube selection. Like say I don't have any like choice on what it is, so it's like one of those like it goes to someone completely random.
I didn't know that. I would have presumed that if you were gifting a membership that you'd be able to actually like gift the membership. It would be something that you could actually decide who it goes to.
Yeah. Yeah, like that was like when I gifted 50, but can you imagine me having to select 50 people from your channel?
Oh my goodness. It would almost be, what's the word? Is it serendipitous? Like, oh yeah, you're going to give 50 memberships? Okay, well now you got to pick them. Have fun with that.
It's like when we have our usual people, but like say there's not usually like 50 people in here yet, so it's like how am I going to pick all these people?
Oh my goodness. But I mean, I guess I kind of also understand why they would want it randomized too. I mean, because, I mean, who wants to sit there and pick 50 names out of a bucket? But
Yeah.
at the same time, it's one of those that having to sit there
I
and
feel
pick.
like if you're gifting one, you should be able to gift that one to a specific person. I think that's the way I think it should go. If you're gifting one, you should be able to get to who you want to.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. That would make the most sense. You know, being able to kind of select who you're giving that individual one for. And I would even make it to where, like, if you're going to gift a membership, even if it was 50, 100, whatever the maximum number of gifted memberships are,
50.
make it to
That's the max you can gift is 50.
okay. Well, even if it is 50, make it to where it's a selection. Like if you want to pick 50 names yourself, then give them the option to do so.
That's also a thing that could work. You know, like say if you want to pick the names, go ahead, but have the option for it to be randomized. That could also be that will be like say, well, I want to get 50, but I don't have time to go sort through your channel to pick 50 people, so just select it randomized and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's exactly why that they do is like, hey, I don't want to spend however many minutes to detract from the stream I'm watching to pick the 50 names kind of thing. I'm sure that's the vast majority of the reason why they do it that way. But no, it surprises me. It surprises me that they don't at least give you the option, especially if it's like one membership. It's like that really almost kind of catches me off guard. that it would be that way, that it's always random.
Yep.
Not-
By the way, so in case you forgot, you may want to do your shout out and stuff.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I'm getting there. I am getting there. I just wanted to get further into the chat
The
there
chat. Gotcha.
because I was so far behind. But I can see that I'm actually I'm right there. I'm on the precipice of getting
Oh,
there.
you did it. You just did it.
I know, and all the funny people are gonna be chiming in here in about 2 seconds. I can tell, but that's okay. It's okay.
Don't do it for him. Don't do it. Don't do it this much, please.
Oh my goodness. All right. So we're going to get back to the farm there. We're going to drop off this stuff. We're going to load up. Or no, we're not going to load up. We are going to hook up to the seeder. Because I think the seeder does fertilizer. And if that's the case, then we'll be good to go. But when we get back to the farm, that's when we're going to go through the memberships. That's when we're going to go through the screenshots that we've gotten up until this point and go from there. Let's see. I think... Okay, cool. So I had to, because now that I've got the webcam and all this stuff, I had to reorganize a bunch of my buttons and where things are and all that stuff. So I just... I'm looking to kind of make sure where I'm going. Let's see. So yeah, we'll get there. We'll kind of figure everything out once we get there. Let's just go about it that way. But Jonah, before we do get there, so you said you're really interested in the kind of weather patterns and all that stuff going forward on FS25. Is there... Actually, let's roll this back. Let me ask this question first before I go into 25 again. What is your favorite mod here on FS22?
That is a tough question because I do so many mods. It's like it's hard to pick just one. But I'd say if I had to pick one, it's like the Colossus Horrors pack where you can have like the unreal capacities, like because you can have it still be realistic, but you can also say well, like say this day I would do it realistic, but next day like say, well, I could at least the unrealistic and just get it done in a heartbeat, if I'm in a rush.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. So my favorite mod above all else is the CSZ pack. Love that pack because it includes so many different things that makes your life just infinitely better. So that by far is my favorite. And it just dawned on me, I don't have a seeder here on the farm.
That's a problem.
That is a big problem. Well,
How are you gonna plant stuff without a seeder?
Well, I'm going to have to go and lease one, and I only have $33,000 right now, so that's going to be a little rough. Actually, I could go and sell, because now I've got 80-some bales of grass. Let me go over here real fast. I've got 80-some...
silage somewhere.
Oh, yeah, no, I've got tons of... I've got 88 bales of silage here. I've got 79 bales of grass right now at 6,000 liters. I've got... Okay. So yeah, if I could go and just sell all my silage at this point. I think I've still got hundreds of thousands of liters here in this... Yeah, I've got almost 134,000 liters of TMR, so I don't have to have silage right this second. Why don't I go and sell a bunch of silage and then I can potentially get a seeder, depending on how much?
Or at least have more money left over from leasing,
Exactly. But before we do all that, let's go ahead and get caught up with all the things that we need to do for the channel. So, starting with... is it... Okay, yeah, What did I do with there? No. Oh, here we go. Oh my goodness. All right, starting with the tier 2s and tier 3 channel members. So we're going to have just a general screen, just going to be swiping through, and I'm going to go ahead and read in the background what we have going on here tonight. So let me bring up that page just real quick. All right, so tier 3 channel members. Starting off with the man, the myth, the legend, Railfanning Jonah. We've got Will T Gaming, also known as the FS Encyclopedia, Pipin' Paul, Ken Adlam, Luke Bernie King, and Philippa Thompson. Thank all of you so very much for being tier 3 channel members. And then we've got the big list. The big list, the tier 2 channel members. All right, let me take a big deep breath for this. We've got Mark K, Reaver Time Todd, Tad Wernberg, Jason M, Digital Frost, Sofa Bodden. We got Shaggy Sand Gaming, Jonathan Smith, That's Me, That's Me, 210. Oh, hey, why did it jump like that? Bimmy, Brady Rimmer Productions. We got Your Worst Nightmare, Quantum, Scollington, Calypso, MJW, Iceman 18, K-Man 1980, Mason, Romeo, Good Old Boy Gamer, Mitchell Grossi, Weasley Sneed, Brian I apologize, Brian, for how I'm going to pronounce your last name. Letwinnook. Yes, I apologize. Johnny H, Tamo Zero, Martin Olmsholm, Laffinator 23, Frank Jones, Bear, JB78, Sevdo Me, Frank Burney, Sherry Downs, Kirk Winbank, is it Josie Daloa? Again, my apologies. Kim Leese, Cool Sam 19, Hyper 138, Uger Sahin, Smoking Coin, Farmer Willie B, Joel G, Dave Margry, Albert's Model Garage, Kerko, Benji, CS Benji 2020, JM, Nicola Reed, Wrench Monkey, Demon Lord, Tim Paquette, and last but not least, the newest Tier 2 member here because of Railfanning Jonah, Tuck Vortex. Thank all of you for being Tier 2 channel members. Got to get the rest of that air out of the lungs. All right. Let's go. If you're interested in becoming a channel member, go ahead and check out the link in the description below or the join button also down below and on the main channel page. There you can gain access to one of 3 membership levels. Tier 1 gets you things such as custom badges, custom emojis, as well as early access to edited content like the channel shorts and the Let's Play series. All that for 99 cents a month. Then you have access also to Tier 2 memberships. That gets you everything we just mentioned before, plus it gets you a shout out every single live stream that you are a Tier 2 channel member. As you just heard, the 50 plus names that I just read out there today, that's why you heard them. They get a shout out every single time. $4.99 a month for that level there. And then there's Tier 3 channel members. You get everything I just mentioned before for Tier 1s and Tier 2s, plus you get a custom discount code to the channel merch store, and you also get the ability to do exactly what Jonah's here doing today, joining me here live on streams. Yeah, and again, Jonah, thank you so much for coming out here tonight, hanging out with us, and being a part of this stream. And again, thank you so much for your kindness and generosity. So yeah, all that being said, let's go ahead and also give a shout out to the merch store. Let's go ahead and check that out real quick. If you're interested in buying some BDD Gaming merch, go ahead and head over to bddgaming.creators/spring.com. There you can get all sorts of stuff. You can get t-shirts, you can get hats, you can get necklaces, you can get pants. I mean, the whole 9 yards. There's just about everything there on the store. And you can get a variety of different stuff, such as the just generic BDD gaming shirts. You can also get Gonna Be a Good Day, as you saw Rail Fanning Jonah just swipe on by there on the screen. Absolutely amazing. We got Pippa there on screen as well in the BDD gaming shirt. We got Will T Gaming right there in another BDD hoodie. That's the one that Bree stole from him, by the way. Jonah right there is pictured, has the one, the only It's Gonna Be a Good Day with no channel branding on it. So that was apparently a extremely exclusive limited time run, and according to Jonah, you know what, Jonah, tell us what you claim the shirt can do. Again, his words, not mine.
The weather. It holds off the weather. That day we were on the boat, there was storms all around. We decided to give the boat a try. The moment we did that, the weather kind of subsided. We had a good 2 hours before, the next bit of rain, but we didn't get rained on the whole time we were out there. The moment we got back in the car, it started raining again.
So, again, Jonah's words, not mine. Apparently, the merchandise there at the store controls the weather. So,
or is it the first shirt without the logo? Is that the look of it?
You know what? You never know unless you try it. So go ahead and check out the merch store. Give it a try and see what you think. In all seriousness, though, everybody who has bought stuff from the store says that they absolutely love the merchandise. The shirts are extremely comfortable. They're high quality stuff. So go ahead and give it a shout or give it a check out today, because everyone has said nothing but great things about it. On top of that, we want to give a shout out to the P.O. Box. Anybody's interested in sending anything to the channel here, go ahead and send it to P.O. Box 6136, Hudson, Florida 34674. There, the only thing I ask is that if you send me anything for the channel, please include your username, like your YouTube username, because I want to be able to give you a shout out. I want to be able to say, hey, so and so sent me this. I greatly appreciate it. It's awesome. The whole 9 yards, and give you the shout outs, the kind of accolades that you deserve at that point. So again, thank you all so very, very much. And I just want to say thank you to all the channel members, not just the tier 2s and tier 3s. I want to thank all the channel members, because every single one of you, help out the channel, and not just the channel members, but all the subscribers out there as well. Everybody who has subscribed to the channel, everybody who has done their part to help out this channel, I greatly and genuinely thank every single one of you. Like, every one of you, because like I said, where I've started and where I'm at now on this channel is night and day different. Night and day. And without you, the subscribers, the members, without all of your help to make this channel what it is, I mean, I'd be just some random guy talking to the internet. I certainly wouldn't have, the webcam, and wouldn't have, the tools that I have at my disposal now. So again, thank you. Just genuinely thank all of you so very, very much. Let's continue to read the chat here real quick, and then we will pick up where we left off. So, Vortex says, BDD, you pre-ordered the FS25. Oh, you better believe I pre-ordered FS25. You better believe it. I pre-ordered FS25. Yeah, not only did I pre-order FS25, I was saying this earlier in the stream, I actually took time off of work. I took my birthday off on November 8th, which is just unrelated to this. But then the week after is when FS25 releases. I think it's that Tuesday after my birthday. So, I mean, happy birthday to me. I took the week off of work, the rest of the week off of work. And I'm going to be just getting as much content out there as I possibly can. I want to be able to make some how-to videos. I want to be able to, kind of cover all the various animal pens, all the different kind of features and all that stuff. I want to be able to put out as much information as possible during that time. So that it's going to be just hitting everything as hard as I possibly can to be able to bring as much of the necessary content to everybody. You know, kind of my thoughts, my opinions, all that stuff, everything. So yes. Ken says, Vortex BDD has pre-ordered FS25, is also a little jealous of me because I get FS25 before him. Yes. So because Ken lives in the future, he does get access to it before I do. So
What's the lottery numbers?
I keep asking him. Like, Ken, you live in the future there, man. Like, help me out. Help me out. I wanna get some lotto numbers, and then, I mean, let's do this. I'll kick you half. You know, we win the lottery, and then here you go. There half goes back to you. I'm not greedy. I don't need billions of dollars. Just
if I get $1 million, I'm happy.
That's it exactly. Vortex says LOL. Benji says Central Savannah River area. Oh yeah, so yeah, that area definitely got hit with Helene. Let's see. Pippa says I love trains.
Yay!
I was about to say, I was waiting for that reaction from you, Jonah. I was really hoping it was coming.
Yeah. And I showed him a picture of, like, say, just my friend group, like, say, and he's seen it, like, say, it's. I have a good sized friend group that likes trains around here.
Oh yeah, like he actually, Jonah just sent me a picture today, and this group of people that he has, you know, just checking out trains. It's really impressive. Like, I would have never have known in my whole life if it wasn't for two things in my life. Number one, Jonah, if it wasn't for you, I would have never known that trains were as popular or as big of a thing as they are. Kind of in the like hobby space, I guess is the best way I can put it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong in how that's kind of how I'm interpreting it or how I'm.
It's a hobby. Some people call it a sport. Like it has a lot of interpretation. So you know, a hobby is fair enough to say.
Yeah. But the other thing that kind of informed my understanding as to why trains are as big of a, you know, again, quote unquote, a hobby as they are is a show called Trailer Park Boys. And I'll be honest with you, it's kind of a silly, dumb show. But I enjoyed it. It was cute. It was funny. You know, for those who aren't aware of what Trailer Park Boys is, it was a show on Netflix for like 9-10ish seasons. Basically, think of every think of a gangster movie where the gangsters are absolutely terrible at everything that they do. Think of every drug movie you have ever thought of. Throw that in there. Think of every kind of wacky, zany, slapsticky kind of adventure that you can think of. That would be like a part of it. Like, there's all these different kinds of elements to that show, but it's all kind of taken with like personal pan cams and stuff. Like, it's supposed to be like a documentary crew that's supposed to be following these guys around from a trailer park up in Nova Scotia, Canada. And it's funny. It's got some good funny parts in it, but towards the end of the series, they go into all these model trains, like they like this big sport of model trains, doing like pulling competitions and like how much weight these model trains can pull and all this stuff. Like, I wouldn't have thought that it was like as big of a thing as it, at least in that show, made it seem to be.
Yep.
So,
and I'm big into the model trains myself. Like I have a couple thousands invested in model trains.
oh wow, really?
Yes, like the average locomotive is about $300 per locomotive, and typically, you know, You need about 3 of them to pull a train, and each car can vary from $20 to $50 just for the train cars.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow. That's I can see why you'd have so much invested in it.
There's times you can get them from cheaper when they're on sale. You go to we have train show here where everyone's like selling stuff that they don't use anymore, and I rotate my stuff out. Sometimes if I'm not using something, I'm like, all right, well, I can get rid of this, make a little bit of money off of it, and use the money towards another piece of train.
Well, and that's what's really cool about that kind of a hobby is that with especially the way that kind of modern markets work nowadays is that you can really find good resale um, markets for things like that. So if you're to invest in that kind of or really invest into anything that has some kind of value to it, if you ever decide to kind of part ways with it or whatever, you're always able to kind of recoup and make back up, especially if you keep it in really good shape and whatnot. It's basically like, back in my day, baseball cards. I was a big hockey card collector because obviously I'm big.
Go Hurricanes.
Jonah. No. I'll tell you what though.
Or Flyers. Or no, or Flyers.
Oh, Jonah. Not the Broad Street Bullies. No. Anyways.
Those are just my friends' teams.
Well, it's funny. My wife, she used to be, well, my wife and her sister, they were big Philadelphia fans, quote unquote. But not like, for lack of a better word, organically. Basically, what had happened was my sister-in-law had been married a long time ago to her former husband. He passed away many years ago, and actually before I even started knowing the family, I never got to meet him. Unfortunately, it sounded like I really liked him. But he was a huge Philadelphia fan. He was from Philadelphia area. He was a big hockey fan, big baseball, basketball, like the whole 9 yards. He loved it all. But as a kind of dedication to him after he passed, he was in the Navy. He got sick from being in the Navy. He was a submarine engineer, like one of the nuclear engineers on the subs, and he went into he went into a room that was filled with radiation. He wasn't supposed to, well, basically it was go in there or else the whole ship goes boom. So he basically prevented the ship from going boom, but at a very severe cost. So yeah, he ended up getting cancer and all that stuff, and as a kind of tribute to him, because he was such a big fan of the Phillies and the Flyers and the 76ers and all, anything Philadelphia. My wife got a Philadelphia Eagles tattoo for him, and his wife, my sister-in-law, got a Philadelphia Phillies tattoo, like kind of in his memory kind of thing. So yeah, it's just, and I've got some, like I kept a lot of his old Philadelphia gear because, I'm into sports, as you can see in the background here. I'm kind of a sports guy, kind of custom made print right back there, and all this kind of stuff going on in the background here. Got the fish tank back there.
Get the ejection sign.
I'm sorry.
You get the Red Wings ejection, sign.
Oh, the this thing back here, the
Yep.
Red Wing parking. Yeah.
Yep. I
Yeah,
have one that says Braves parking only. All of those can be ejected.
But But yeah, no. So eventually, after I met my wife, we started hanging out. I introduced her to hockey, as I'm a big fan. She's now a Red Wings fan, and she's still got the tattoo, obviously, and all that stuff. But just more of a kind of memento kind of thing. But here, let me catch up with the chat here, and then we're gonna get back to the stream. We've got Ken says OBDD has opened the door again. LOL, referring to getting towards the end. Pippa says, I love your t-shirt, BDD. That's awesome, Pippa. I'm so glad to hear it. Benji says, just be thankful when you get up there in age. You won't have fun in the community. You want to have fun in the community. And that's it. That's what I try to provide here is a good space for us all to have fun. Jonah with all the custom badges or custom emojis. Ken says, sorry, I have no control over U.S. state lottery. Darn it.
Come on, kid. I mean, you gotta have some control, right?
Yeah. Oh, well. Let's see. Ken says, Benji, my age is getting up there. There is a community in the community, LOL. Have been gaming for nearly 40 years. That's awesome. That's awesome. I remember, I mean, even back in my day, gaming was very much frowned upon. If you were a gamer, you were kind of looked down upon as kind of nerdish and all that stuff. So it's awesome that, a lot of us, kind of stuck it out and hung in there and, said, you know what? That's all good. It's all good. Let's see. Benji says, trains are a supply line of goods and... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, and I was well aware of their importance for, like, the economy and stuff like that, but was never really in the loop with the kind of fandom of them. That's the word I was searching for, is the kind of fandom that's revolved around them. Let's see. Now, go ahead and disable that. We've been kind of sitting here idle for a bit. I think I'm going to go ahead and hook up to... Oh, and speaking of which... Oops. Going to hook up to the bale trailer and unload all the silage I have. We'll go ahead and sell it. Let's see. Interactive markers.
That should be worth $1 or $2.
I think it's going to be worth... Wow. I can unload all 80... Whoa! That was awesome. It just unloaded. Like, I've only ever seen the bale things ever unload, like, maybe 26 bales at a time or something. That's the first time I've ever seen it unload 88 bales all at once.
Like,
it's like, it's like, hey, that's pretty cool. There we go.
2,000 bells that do it. He wouldn't be able to handle it.
Oh my goodness. It would sit there and just kind of spurg out, like, oh no, and then crash.
Like, and bells end up on roofs and stuff.
Oh my, I didn't realize I parked my my wheel loader there. I hope it spawned all 88 bales. Well, we shall see, I guess. Alright, where can I take the silage for the price? Let's go. Oh, silage.
Have you ever gone up to the bales and taken, like, the wrap off and see what the silage looks like?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's every once in a while when I'm really feeling kind of, oh, yeah, I want to be, like, ultra-realistic, or not even ultra-realistic, but... I'm wanting to have, like, a bit of realism to my game. I'll sit there and I'll unwrap it, or I'll sit there and kind of, I'll unwrap it before I, like, feed it to the cows, or do something along those lines. Just to kind of get that little touch of realism, or before I put it into, like, a mixing wagon, just be like, yeah, we're just going to unwrap this just to make sure it doesn't bind the gears, or bind, something, or whatever. The cow doesn't eat the wrap. Kind of thing. I mean, even though it doesn't do anything, it doesn't make a difference in any way, shape, or form. It's fun. It's just that little layer of realism.
Yeah.
And like say, here's another like layer with realism. I hope like they have in 25. Like say, some of the mods that make stuff more realistic. Let's say like the balers having to have like the twine or the net wrap, actually put into it, and like say the wrapper having to have the wrap actually put into it. I like using those mods because it makes it feel more realistic that you can't just infinitely bail all day.
Yeah, so that's part of what they announced very early on when they showed the trailer for the John Deere wrapper, is that you need to have the twine and you need to have the well, you don't need to, you can turn it off. But yeah, I mean you can buy twine, you can buy basically it's the straw harvest pack that we got, what, about a couple months ago. Um,
Yeah, I think that was good. Test the waters there for that.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I'm looking forward to it. I mean, the my problem is that I never buy the uh, the balers and stuff from that pack because it's just so expensive. Like
That's that's what I mean. Like they're expensive. Like
like let's see, one of the balers. Here it is. So the cheapest one is 81 grand for the round baler, but the square baler is $319,000.
there's
It's
some
almost,
tractors that are more expensive than that,
yeah.
or less expensive than that.
Yeah, exactly. You figure the cheapest square baler that we get base game is $153,000. So this thing is almost double. It actually is. It's double. The you're basically getting the cost of two balers for one. Now, the one thing I will say that's kind of nice is that you can add this thing onto the back of it, this bale collector, and it stacks the three bales right on top of each other and all that. That's nice. But all in, you're talking almost $350,000 just to bale your stuff. I mean, I can get the quick baler for 60. I can get the ones with the built-in windrowers for $153,000 for the most expensive one, and the most expensive one is expensive because it has the silage additive. So it's
Yeah,
like,
or you can even use that John Deere baler for only 12,000. That's a really good. That's why I like it because it's cheap and affordable.
exactly, this is the perfect introductory square baler. The perfect one. Look at that, 31 grand plus almost $2,000 environmental score. Love it. It's not too shabby. So you figure if I get another 30 plus another 19, we're talking, what is that? 30,000, 60,000. You're probably talking about $70,000 to $80,000 and just selling this stuff off. So that's not too bad. I mean, at the end of the day, most of this stuff is, not even most of it, all of it, I'm just sitting on, and I'm not really losing anything. I'm basically just taking the grass bales that I had sitting there and just robbing Peter to pay Paul.
And with 88 bales of silage, pretty much you can get pretty much 3 full loads, and you should probably get back over to over 100,000 in terms of cash from it.
Yeah, and we've been sitting right around $30,000 here on this map, so that's gonna be a nice little welcome, sigh of relief at this point. And then I'll just lease out some kind of seeder or something to be able to put grass back in. Get some fertilizer put in it as well. I think I have seeds here on the farm. Yeah, so I think all in all, it's going to be, kind of a good situation to be in at this point. Let's see. Let's go ahead and pick up the next load. And just like that. Perfect. So, Jonah, what are... So you said that you're really interested in seeing the kind of weather patterns and all that stuff coming in FS25. What is the kind of least the least interesting thing that you've seen coming to FS25? Like, the thing that you're like, meh, not that concerned about it.
Well, like it's kind of like hard to say. Like say in general, like say I'm pumped from a game. There's nothing so far that I'm just like, like say I would generally try everything, even the peas and the rice. I would generally try it. Like, but it's like if there's anything that like I can't really say anything that I'm not excited for. Like it's a new game to me. I'm just excited. If I wouldn't be getting it if I was like, well, I'm not happy if it's gonna have all this stuff that I'm not gonna like. So generally, there's nothing really I'm not looking forward to right now. But well, it's like I also said, I don't really pay attention much to it. I want to be surprised when I get the game. So maybe we'll find out if there's something I don't like later.
True, true. So, besides the workers here on FS22, what are your what do you love the most about FS22, and what do you like the least about FS22?
Like, if I have to say the least is when I come back after hiring a worker and to find them, oh, they literally, like, I've been gone 20 minutes, well, the whole time they got stuck on a tree and did only 2% of the work. I'm like, well, now, like, say, you've not only been wasting money because you didn't just back up and try to get around it, you've just been sitting there, I'm blocked by an object, I can't move. But I think what I love the most is just all the mods. Like say there's just some mods in there like say I can't do without of now. So just all the mods, like to just like say shout out to everyone who's a mod creator because you make the game fun.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Huge shout out to all the modders, all the map makers out there. Not only do they make the game and make it like the next level of awesome, but they do it all for free. Like that's something that I cannot emphasize enough, is that they don't get paid to do this stuff. They don't get, oftentimes, like in the case of maker or map makers like Lancy Boy and stuff like that, they take a lot of crap from people, and it's a shame. It's a real shame. But I mean, plain and simple is that they spend days, weeks, months, years in some case. I remember Silver Eagle from way back in the day was telling me when he made his map there, which I cannot remember what the map was called off the top of my head. It took like over a year for him to get everything spun up, put together, and shipped out to Giants, and all the kind of modifications post it loading on there. So, I mean, when you've got over a year's worth of time invested in one project, I mean, yeah, big, huge shout out to all the people out there, because I tell you what, not only do you help make this game what it is, but you do it for the love of it. I mean, you do it for the passion that is, the enjoyment here on FS22 and soon to be on FS25. So, yeah, big shout out to every single one of you, because you all deserve it. And yeah, without you, this game wouldn't be what it is right now. So yeah, you know what, Jonah? Well played. Well said. Well said. So let's see.
And we got a train going by the house as we speak. Another train.
Hey, I tell you what, man. I know that you really enjoy trains and all that stuff. I don't know if I would be able to be in like your situation there, where it's just constantly trains going by all the time. Like, I don't know if I could do that personally. It definitely works out to your advantage, because you get to see a lot of really cool stuff that like really interests you.
Yep.
But I could see, like, being in my current situation now with the 2 kids and all that stuff. A train goes by, and all of a sudden the kids wake up at, you know, 12. It's 12:40 now is when that train last went by. So, yeah, having a train go by and wake up my kids at 12:40 in the morning, like, that would just drive me up a wall.
You know what's even better about that train? It came from Florida.
Now, see, that's
But
the most impressive part right there is not only, you know, your appreciation and love for trains, but you're able to identify exactly what's going on, where those trains are coming from just by looking at them.
yep, it came out of Jacksonville, Florida.
Wait a minute. Why did I get $60,000 for this load? What just happened? Nothing
And
changed?
like I would also say, like, say listening to you last time, like we like. Unfortunately, that's probably not a Florida train crew. That's probably they probably change crews in South Carolina, so it's not Florida people. You only can be operating a train for a maximum of 12 hours. So
That makes sense though, because I know like other freight operators, I guess is the best way I can put it. Like people who drive semi trucks and all that stuff, they're limited as to how much time they can drive and operate on the road. Now, in fairness, I mean, well, no, I guess not. No, I was gonna say, you know, in all fairness, there's you know, a lot less quote unquote hazard for a train operator. There's only so many places they can go, but I'm sure there's a lot of stuff they have to pay attention to as the engineer. They're gonna have to sit there and, you know, pay attention to speed limits and all that
oh
stuff.
yeah,
Just like you'd be driving on the road. It's just that the train's gonna go wherever the track leads. So
yeah,
it's
like
not.
so they gotta watch out for people being stupid, going around the gates and stuff like that, or like say they're not just in there, just on texting on their cell phone. Like say there's alarms that go off about every 45 seconds. So you got to hit this or reduce speed here or make sure you don't run a red signal because trains have traffic lights too. Technically, like so they gotta stop and wait for other trains to get by.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that's it. Is, you know, they basically have their own kind of coded language as to how to be able to drive and operate those. It's just like how we have our own language on driving a car down the road. You know, we got to know what traffic lights are. We got to know what traffic signs are. You know, they get the same things with trains. It's just, you know, a different kind of set of circumstances.
Yeah. And you won't believe the amount of people like, can't they just steer away from like, no, there's no steering wheel on the train.
No, it's just you get a basically you get go juice and stop juice. That's it. Like you're not gonna sit there and steer around, you know, an obstruction.
Like,
Oh my goodness. But you know what? In today's society and in today's times, that doesn't surprise me that that question has actually been asked. Like
yeah.
that doesn't surprise me in the least because it's we're in an age where we have so much access to pretty much an unlimited source of knowledge. You know, with phones, with the internet, and all that stuff. Every single one of us has a supercomputer in their pocket for the most part, and we're probably one of the least informed generations ever because nobody's curious about what it is, just curious in general. Don't want to research information. They just basically expect things to be spoon fed to them unless it's something that they are like genuinely interested in. Then they might actually go around and kind of look up, you know, key bits of information or whatever. But outside of that, most people are just, you know, wildly uninformed even about simple things, you know, straightforward topics that, you know, ought to be common sense. And I guess that's what it all boils down to nowadays, is common sense isn't all that common no more.
Nope.
Let's see, what can I use?
Come on, go big or go home.
Well, I've only got, what do I have? 295 horsepower. So I can only go so big. Like, I could almost get away with that one right there.
The blue one, like, say if you go back a bit, I use that. It can use fertilizer, and it holds a good amount of, like, not that one, a little bit back the other direction. Other direction. There. Let's see. That blue one.
Does this one... That one doesn't take fertilizer, though.
Blue one should take some fertilizer.
That, or you know what I could do? Because it is starting to get a bit late. I could use this. And just slap it down. And it's cheap. Let's do that. We'll do some topsoil seeding. That's what we'll do. So for anyone who's not familiar with this mod, this thing is an absolute dream. I love this thing. So this is the, what was it? The Lizard Seed Distributor, I think.
Yep.
Was that what it was called? Where'd it go? There it is. Yeah, Seed Distributor. The TR500 Seed Distributor. And, this thing is amazing. We'll show it off here in just a bit. We'll go get some seed. And the only bad thing is it only holds like 800 liters of seed. So we might end up doing a trip back and forth depending on how much this is going to take. But it allows you to go faster. It allows you to just slap it down and be done. Let's see.
It pretty much just puts it on top and says, all right, you're done.
Yep, exactly. Benji said Split Mountain Ranch. Yes, that's the one by Silver Eagle. Thank you, Benji. I appreciate that. Yes. Yeah, so Split Mountain Ranch was the one that Silver Eagle made, and he said it took him over a year to make that map. And, I mean, it makes sense. You figure that because these people aren't paid to do what they're doing, you know, they will often have a full-time job. They'll often have, like, their own kind of gig to go about and worry about first, just like I'm doing here for the channel. You know, I've got a wife, kids, I got a full-time job. You know, that's how I make my money. That's how I do things. But I certainly use YouTube as, you know, as an avenue to be able to, you know, do other things and to kind of fill up my free time. Where do I have seeds here, don't I? Yes, I do. I got plenty of seeds. Let's go interactive markers. Wait. Here it is. No, that's not it. Not it. That's it. Boop. There we go. Now, for those who are not familiar with this thing, it's said that this bag should have 87 liters of seeds in it. When I pop it out, you can see now it has 1,000 liters. So that's why I chose this one as opposed to any of the other ones. It's some kind of glitch. I don't know why it does this, but nice little exploitation for those who are interested. All right, let's go. I've got seed selected. Let's go and plant. Once we plant, then we'll come back with some fertilizer, and then we'll be good to go at that point. Let's see. Ken says, lazy seeding, LOL. I mean, yes, I will 100% agree this is lazy seeding. Unfortunately, it's starting to get late. It's starting to get late. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm getting pretty tired. And funny story, tomorrow morning, I'm planning on taking the wife and kids up to out to a local farm here in the area. We're gonna go do like hay rides and corn maze and the whole 9 yards. So we're really looking forward to that. But we're gonna have to, obviously be up early and all that stuff. And if I stay up too much later, it might not be a good day for me tomorrow. So it's one of those. I'm used to working off a deficit for sleep, but I can only handle so much.
We want a happy Dave, not an angry Dave.
Oh, I mean, I wouldn't be an angry Dave, but I would. Well, maybe Mrs. BDD would be angry because BDD would be kind of zombified, kind of wandering around. He'd be like the Walking Dead up here. It's like, need caffeine. But no, we're looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it because it's going to be, it's going to be my oldest daughter. It's going to be her second time going to this place. But when we take her, she's too young to remember. She's still too young now, but it's going to give her a good opportunity to go run around, play, have fun. They've got like little play areas. They got a little petting zoo and like the whole 9 yards. It's just a cool little setup. We go there every fall. They do like pumpkin painting and just all this kind of stuff. And it's not that far away from the house. So yeah, looking forward to doing that and getting out into the country and whatnot. Again, as the shirt says, any day on the farm, a bad day on the farm is better than a good day in the city. And unfortunately, I live in the city. Not the city, but it's certainly city compared to what I'm used to.
For me, I can't say I live in the city, but I don't necessarily live in the country. I live in a town that's surrounded by farmland, but it's one of those. I don't do any farming, but things are quieter here than anywhere else. Besides the train, like say nothing really ever happens here.
I'm an idiot.
You're planting in a month where you're not supposed to be planting, are you?
Yep. Okay. Want. Yeah. So the face of somebody who's a little tired. Just a skosh. Let's see. Ken says, do the rolling next stream, LOL. Yep. That's pretty much what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to fast forward into, the month of March? And, yeah, we'll have to go from there. We'll have to go ahead and... well, that's a bummer. Oh, well. But we are... Let's see. Let's go here. Let's turn off the lights. Let's get back to the farm. So, yeah, it's, Here, you know what? Let's put all those bags away. Let's go grab... Let's go grab all that.
Another train inbound.
Man, I tell you what. Oh, so that's what I was starting to say is, I don't know if I could, live where you're living kind of thing. Because it's just one of those... I mean, I'm sure, just like you said, you eventually just grow used to it. Kind of, whoa, yeehaw! Easy there, big boy. Let's not... Oh, you aren't seeing what I'm seeing. I was basically riding... Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. There. Basically, I was taking this set of equipment at faster than recommended speeds, and was driving it as if I was Mario Andretti. That's what we'll say.
And that was one of our Florida-bound Amtrak trains.
Oh, so that one's going to Florida?
Yep, going to Florida.
See, that's something that I've wanted to do before, is going on like Amtrak or something like that and going long distance, like maybe going from like Florida to Michigan or something like that. And
There's actually there's actually an opportunity that will start up pretty soon. Actually, they're working on getting a train that goes from like Miami, Florida, that goes all the way to Chicago, and then you can get on another train to go to Michigan.
oh wow.
Like that's good. That train's gonna start up in November. It's a new test, train that they're gonna try a long distance, train going from Florida.
Well, that'd be cool. Because, like I said, that's something I've always been interested in trying, is, going by train. But whenever I looked it up to, do Amtrak or whatnot, it takes like 30, 40, 50, like it takes days. It takes literal days to get from, where I'm at here in Florida up to Michigan. It's several different trains, and it's expensive. It was so ridiculously expensive.
Like say the sleeper cars can get expensive. If you do coach, it's one of those. It's cheaper, but it's like it's coach seat. Do you really want to sit in a coach seat for 40 hours? I don't think
No.
so.
No, I like, if I were to do something like that, I would definitely get a sleeper car, cause especially with having kids and whatnot. And these were all kind of thoughts, especially before children. Like now I know that, like, there'd be no way I'd be able to get my kids to sit still for, however many hours it would take in order to get to where we want to get to. But yeah, no, it just. But I will say, we ended up going on a really long trip with my eldest daughter before my youngest was born, and she did amazing. She did really, really good. We went from where were we? We went to Tennessee. We went to Tennessee a few months ago, before my youngest was born, and she did amazing, like shockingly so. Now, in all fairness, we brought an iPad with us, and we put on her educational programs, and she kind of sat in the car and she was good. She was really, really good. But one of those where if it wasn't for that iPad, she probably wouldn't have done as well. Let's see. Let me catch up with the chat here real quick, and then I think we're just going to call it a stream for tonight and go from there. So, let's see. Ken said do the rolling in the next stream. LOL. Yes, definitely going to have to do that. We've got Ken also says, I live in a small town with the river next to me. Next to it reminds of River Bend Springs. Oh, that's cool. So I'm originally from a small town up there in Michigan, and I miss it. I don't miss Michigan. I'm glad to be living in Florida. I'm just not happy where in Florida that I live. In my particular county where I live, the homeless population is ridiculous. I can't go to a single store without having at least 4 or 5 different homeless people coming up begging for change and doing all that stuff. And that's any store. That's my local grocery store. That's the Walmart. That's whatever. They're everywhere. It's a huge city compared to what I'm used to. Now, is it like a Tampa? No. Is it Orlando, Miami? No. It's nothing like that. But relatively compared to what I'm used to, I grew up on originally it was a 300-acre farm. Was there until I was 8, then moved to a 12-acre ranch home, lived there until I was 23, and that's when we moved down here to Florida. And been in this kind of general area ever since, and yeah, it's just this immediate area I'm just done with. I'm doing everything I possibly can to, save, scrimp, do everything I can to get out of this area, move up north, and away from the bigger cities that were close by. That's the dream. That's the hope. So one day we'll get there. Ken says, same thing as the previous message. Benji says, take care, everyone. Benji, thank you so much for coming out here tonight. I hope you have yourself a fantastic day. You take care. We'll see you again next time. Ken says, you too, Benji. And I think that's it. I think we're all caught up. Let me just double check something real quick. Yeah, we're all caught up with the chat. Let me make sure everything's golden. Jonah, do you want to give yourself any additional shout-outs before we start wrapping things up here?
I guess, just like I say always, if you like trains, come check out Railfin and Jonah. I'm pretty sure you'll be happy to see. Even if you don't like trains, you just want to come by and say hi. I would heart your comment, read your comment, so come by and say hi.
Absolutely, yeah. If you're a fan of trains, or even if you're not, go give Jonah a look-see there. Definitely go check out his channel there, because he's got some really cool stuff. You recently invested in a drone not too long ago, correct?
Right. It's doing me wonders. Like, say, not only am I getting like unique shots of trains in the air, but I'm seeing views with it. I'm taking it up in the air. I'm like saying, wow, this is like I got a really good view of like say my town. Like, say, it looks so small from 300 feet in the air.
Oh, and it's so it used to be a thing, and I'm sure it still is a thing. But there used to be like photographers, videographers who would be able to take like elevated pictures. Like, I remember my grandparents a long time ago, before drones were a thing, before like they're as a common thing as they are today. They used to take like helicopters up into the sky, and then they would start taking pictures. And I just bumped into my microphone again. They would take pictures of the your property, or they would take pictures of your house, whatever, for a small fee, kind of thing. And I vividly remember my grandparents, because they have a farm up in Michigan. They had this done where they would had a helicopter fly overhead. They took several pictures around the farm and whatnot. And I, to this day, can remember a photo that they had taken of the farmhouse. And it's, way up high and looking down right on the farmhouse. And it's just a whole new perspective of, something that most of us don't get to see on a regular basis, or some of us not at all. Some of us might be afraid of heights, whatever. And it's a photo that I, to this day, will vividly remember, and it's just really cool. And Jonah, getting the drone, he sent me videos of the trains coming by and all this different footage. It's amazing. It's amazing what technology has produced up until this point in time. And yeah, like I said, go check out his channel, because it's got some cool stuff on there. Like I said, the one video they sent me of the train, looking up from the drone, looking up high, and it's down low, you actually get a sense of how big, how massive these trains are. Because being on the ground, yeah, you get to see car as it passes on by or whatever, and but you don't really understand just how much space this thing takes up. I mean, you can have trains that are going for a mile, in length. It's not an unheard of thing.
Yeah, like recently there was a train that came out with 230 cars of nothing but coal. Like, and it's the same car over and over, but it's just like it's so big they have engines in the middle of the train. It's so big.
Wow. Yeah, and if you figure, you said it was 230 cars.
230 cars.
So, roughly, how long would you say each car is?
Each car is roughly about 55 feet.
Okay, so you were talking 55 feet as a kind of rough guess estimate. Let's see. Why can I not find the calculator? There it is. So 55 feet and multiply that by 230 cars.
Yep.
That's 12,650 feet.
Yep.
I mean, that's huge. That is absolutely massive. That much.
And that was technically 2 trains put into one. Like say they combined 2 trains and put into one. So technically it was 2 trains, but they made it one big train.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean that's essentially what you're doing. I mean when you're hooking up multiple engines and all that stuff onto the same onto the same line, and makes you really appreciate the engineering that goes into something like that. The amount of power, the raw power that is needed to be able to tug those things around is incredible. Let's see. Ken says, can't wait for Will's map to arrive on FS25. Yes, Will T Gaming. Can't wait for it. See?
I can't wait to see Will T Gaming as a mod creator.
Yes, as a map maker, 100%. We've got multiple people here on the stream tonight, and I'm sure a lot of people who are going to listen to this into the future, we're rooting for you, bud. We want to see it. We are really, like I said, when you were first talking about this potentially coming out for 22, I was excited for it then. I'm all the more excited about it coming out for 25 because of just how much better the game is going to be than 22. So, yeah. I know I put a lot of hype around Will, his map, and all that stuff. It's because, one, I know Will has that eye. I've talked about it many times. Will has the eye, and for those who have seen his maps, have seen his playing maps, the ones that he's been on here on Farming Simulator 22, you'd understand what I'm saying about the eye. It's that kind of artistic vision that people can have in order to kind of build out a beautiful vision kind of thing, and he's got that. So seeing what he's able to do with a controller, being able to do with something like this, and the lack of controls and the lack of responsiveness that this gives us, and knowing he's able to do everything that he's able to do with this or a PS5 controller, I mean, him getting the access to a PC and being able to have the amount of control that a PC will bring rather than a controller brings is going to be night and day difference. So knowing he can build something beautiful with this means that once he gets the more precise, more precision instruments and tools on in his hands, then it's going to be something special. It's going to be something special. So I'm looking forward to it. Ken's looking forward to it. Jonah's looking forward to it. I'm sure there are many, many, many other people who are looking forward to it. So yeah, good on you. Really looking forward to when that comes out.
Well, and I think this deserves to be said. Shut up and take my money.
Oh, that's why. Hold. There we go. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Why? Why is it doing that? Oh, now where'd it go?
It was there. I saw it. It was there.
It was there. It just, I'm having to, there it is. There. Will, this is for you, bud. That's for you. Shut up and take our money. But thankfully, it's free. We just need you to take the time to do it, bud. We believe in you, though. We believe in you. We know you're going to put out something special. Because, yeah. We know. We know. Let's go ahead and turn that off. All right. Benji says aerial shots. Yes, that's what it was. Thank you, Benji. I was looking for the words. Like I said, it's now 1:10 in the morning here. The words aren't wording the way they should. Anyways, yes, gave you the shout out. We can't think of anything else besides that. Jonah, I hope you had fun here tonight. I know I had an absolute blast. Here tonight we were... no, I missed one. Ken says, like you said, Will T has got the gift. Yes, 100%'s got the gift. 100%. So I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, Jonah, I hope you had fun here tonight.
I had a blast, and seeing your face for the first time was fantastic. Now I have a face to put behind the channel.
Well, that's it. We made history here for the channel here tonight. Because of Jonah, again, big shout out to the man, the myth, the legend, rail fanning Jonah. The
donut, the stud, the beast.
The beast. Yeah, because of Jonah here, he set a goal, he made the goal, and he got us the goal. 50 membership gift from the last stream that got us this. That got us this piece of equipment that's going to now be a new tool in our arsenal. Again, it's awesome. Love it. Rambo Hacker Gaming, good evening. How's it going, Rambo? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I didn't show the screenshots. Let me do that real quick. Hold on. Groot, thank you so much. Oh my goodness, I completely spaced on that.
I would have reminded you, but I thought when you said to Will, like, say we didn't have time for him, I'm like, okay.
No.
Oh my goodness, that would have been bad.
So what I was saying that we didn't have time to have him send them in for me to bring them in like fresh kind of thing. Let's see. Okay, so we've got Farmer Groot. Thank you, Farmer Groot, for reminding me. Greatly appreciate that. So we've got a couple of screenshots here from Farmer Groot on his farm there on Groot. Remind me, is this wasn't this the Maps by Mako map? What was it called?
Is that the new map?
No, this is the is an older map by Maps by Mako. It's a United States map. Oh goodness, why can't I remember the name? What was it called? Spruce Mountain. Thank you, Groot. I appreciate that. Yes, and it's looking fantastic. It is looking really good. So Groot also put out a video that has a more kind of comprehensive view of this, and I think it looked amazing. I think this is a really good start. I love how the kind of driveway in between the two buildings, the two red buildings here, are just lined by trees. You got the big line of trees on the one side close to the field, on the opposite side of the camera there. I mean, that just looks spectacular. So keep it going there, Groot. Hope you keep on growing, keep on building this beautiful farm. Let's see. So we got nothing for Will. We got a few here for Pippa. Pippa, thank you so much for sending in your screenshots earlier. We've got the beautiful little pink truck here. Going to be running around the screen on her map there. So looking great. She's playing there on...
It's a manly color.
Hey, you know what? You got to be you got to be a special kind of man to wear pink, to wear pink and to rock it. And yeah, it's all gravy. So let's, what was I saying? Oh, this is the map that she's on. The map that she's on is by Celebuki. It is, why am I forgetting about all these map names all of a sudden?
Riverside, I think she uses.
No, that's River View is
Ravenport.
Ravenport. Jonah, the man, the myth, the legend. You're good, you.
That's what I meant to say the first time. I don't know why I said like Riverside.
Rambo Hacker Gaming just subscribed to the channel. Apparently my tongue grew 3 sizes. Rambo Hacker Gaming just subscribed to the channel. Rambo, thank you so very, very much. I don't think we have anything from Ken. That would make sense. Oops. Let's see. I think that was the only screenshots I had for today. Let me catch up with the chat here. We will... Oops. Let's minimize that. So let's turn that back on. There we go. So let's see. Rambo Hacking... wow, why can't I say this word? Rambo Hacker Gaming. Yes. I have the habit of joining at the end of the streams with the laughing, crying. I know, Rambo. It's tough. I apologize. It's one of those, like I said, it's 1:15 in the morning here, and I've got plans with the family here in the morning. So, unfortunately, I do have to skedaddle, but I just read his...
Someday we'll do a 24-hour stream someday.
Oh my goodness, you sound like my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law, bless his heart, really good dude. He's actually the one who got me started with the Elgato. He let me borrow his Elgato and really started the channel growing in the direction it's gone. So big shout out to him. He's like, so, Dave, when are you going to do your 24-hour stream? It's like, are you trying to get me divorced? Are you trying to end my relationship with my wife? Are you trying to make my kids into a fatherless household? I'm pretty sure if I went to my wife and said, sweetie, I love you, I adore you, but can I do a 24-hour stream? Number one, leaving her alone with 2 kids, both of them under 3 years old, for 24 hours. I better be living in another state, let alone in another house, in order to be dumb enough to ask that question. But...
Do it when you get 1 million subscribers.
Well, okay. Okay, you know what? There you go. Jonah, you set the last goal. Here's the new goal. If I get 1 million subscribers, I think I'd be able to convince my wife into letting me do a 24-hour stream. I think at that point, I might be able to be like, sweetie, honey, darling, I love you. Give me 24 hours. And then I think she'd be okay with it. I think. But we'll see. That'll be the new goal. 1 million subs, 24-hour stream. There we go. No, Jonah, get to work. How are you gonna manage this one?
Oh boy. Just tell everyone I know.
Tell everyone you know. Do you know 1 million people?
I can tell enough people we can add up to 1 million at some point.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh man. So Groot said Spruce Mountain. Groot also says, like I said, not done yet, still working on it. That's awesome though. That's awesome. Keep working on it, because what you got there is an amazing start. So keep it up. It's looking good, and you'll get there. You'll get to where you want it to get to. And I know you said that you're not big on doing it. You're not big on building like the farms and all that, but whatever you're doing is working. It's working, man. So keep it up. Let's see. Groot said, thank you for showing it off. No problem. No problem whatsoever. I mean, I'm sorry I forgot. Sorry. I mean, it's been a new style of stream. So I've been kind of like figuring things out as we go. But now that we've got this kind of under control and knowing where things are going to go, we'll get there. We'll get there. Let's see. Ken said Ravenport. Yes, 100%. Rambo Hacker Gaming. I'm just going to start saying it slower and not close together. So it's kind of like Peter Piper, you know, that whole thing, saying it 5 times fast kind of thing. Yeah, so I'm just going to say it really slow from now on. Says, I struggle saying it, LOL. Struggle saying it too, LOL. Rambo Hacker Gaming also says, it's just after 10 here. So I get it. Just happened to open YouTube and see it was on before going to bed. Gotcha. So wait, 10 o'clock there. So no, you would be on the West Coast, somewhere on the West Coast there. So, hey, good on you. I appreciate you stopping by, even if it's here at the end of the stream. You know, at least you're here and checking it out. But like I said, Jonah, I had an absolute blast with you here tonight. I'm glad to hear that you had fun here tonight as well. Again, I said it before, say it again, and I'll keep on saying it. It's because of you. So thank you. This,
No problem.
You know, people now being able to see my face is because of the man that you're hearing on the other end of this stream, Rail Fanning Jonah. Go check him out on YouTube. Check out his channel. If you're a fan of trains, definitely go check him out. But even if you're not a fan of trains, go check it out, because he's got some really interesting stuff on there. Like I said, the aerial shots that he's got with his drone there, really, really cool. And he's got a whole bunch of other stuff there too. So check him out. Rambo says, yep, I'm in the Pacific Northwest. See, there you go. So presuming Pacific Northwest, I'm presuming either in Washington State, Oregon, maybe. I don't think Northern California counts as Pacific Northwest, but somewhere in that general area. Yeah. I think we're good at this point. Jonah, do you have any other shout outs? Anybody you want to give a shout to before we go?
I say I would just not any shout outs, but I say, hey, stay, as I always say this before I leave most of the time, stay safe, stay happy, everyone.
That's awesome. Yep, love it. Benji says it's gonna take more than Jonah to get you 1 million subs. You know what? I agree, but seeing that Jonah likes to start goals and set goals and then make goals, Jonah, have fun. go. You know what? Go on to the local cities in your area. Start holding up BDD gaming signs and all that stuff. Hey, go check them out. We'll get there. We'll get there one day. You know what?
Buy a billboard.
What was that?
Buy a billboard with put your channel on it.
Oh no. we could definitely do that. But again, one of those where at the end of the day, in all seriousness, I know I've said this several times in the stream here today. I'm going to say it again. I'm grateful and thankful for everything that I have up until this point. So if anybody wants to throw down a like on the video, throw down a like. If you want to subscribe. If you haven't done so already. Share the videos, share the content out. Let people know that this channel exists. And all this stuff goes to help. It goes to help out. And like I said, I hope you all enjoyed it. I know I had an absolute blast here tonight. So being able to show off my face for the first time here on stream, like I said, I really, really hope that I'm able to, I'll learn this. I'm hoping to, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Everything's all in reverse. So trying to muscle memory, trying to figure out where all this stuff is. I'm hoping to get all this here in this little corner while I play. What I was doing in my testing, unfortunately, was when I had the video up in the upper corner, it was making it to where the game came through fuzzy. So it was one of those, I felt that this was a good compromise for now, is seeing the game crystal clear, seeing me crystal clear, and not compromising on quality just to add this new element kind of thing. So I think that's kind of a good compromise up until this point. I'm hopeful that I'll be able to make it to where that will be a thing, to where it's not going to crash the quality, and yeah, be kind of good to go from there. But all said and done, I hope everyone enjoyed it. If you did, please show me by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things. The algorithms enjoy you doing that shows you're engaged with this channel, enjoying the content. And that being said, I hope everybody has a fantastic day. Take care.
Bye.
And Jonah, before we go, stick around. I'll see you on the other side.
10-4.